Okay, so good evening, everyone, and welcome to meeting number 3 of the Township of West Lincoln Council. It actually is our first meeting of 2023, January 30th, 2023. Just to note that we are starting and going right into our confidential session, and then we'll come back and continue the rest of the meeting after that part. So we have a motion, Councillor Bell, please, to go into confidential.
Moved by myself, Councillor Terry Bell, that the next portion of this meeting be closed to the public to consider the following pursuant to Section 239-2 of the Municipal Act 2001. 1.1, Linda Papalasa, Senior Vice President, A.J. Gallagher, formerly Person Dunn, and Colin Smith, Regional Manager, Intact Public and Titles, formerly Frank Gowan Company, Reinsurance Risk Management Training. PowerPoint presentation, acceptable to closed session. This meeting is held for the purposes of educating or training the members. At the meeting, no member shall discuss or otherwise deals with any matter in any way that materially advances the business or decision-making of council, local board, or committee.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So we need a mover. Seconder, Councillor Riley, thank you. And I will just say before we vote on that, that Colin Smith is not able to join us tonight. I just heard that he's had a death in his family, and so the funeral was actually today. And so he's not taking part, but Linda Papadopoulos is here. So all those in favor of going into closed session? Thank you, that motion carries. And we will now go into closed session in the adjoining room. So Okay, so we are just coming back, and we now have a motion to come into open session again. Councillor Bradrick, you have that.
Yes, moved by myself that this council meeting does now resume in open session at the hour of 6:41 p.m.
Okay, thank you. And so council is rising with no report. It was just an information session from our insurance people, so thank you for that. So I'm going to start again with a welcome. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm ready to go, and they're not quite. So we need someone to second that. And Councillor Riley, and all those in favor of coming back into open. Thank you. We're running behind. I'm anxious to get going. My apologies. So we are going to just welcome everybody back again. The welcome was very brief, with no one here, of course, because we started at 5:30 this evening. So this is meeting number 3, Monday, January 30th, and it is the first council meeting, although not the first of the year, but the first council meeting where we have people back in our gallery, and we're very happy to see you all. Hopefully we'll be joined by some others as the evening progresses, but we're very pleased to see you here. We also have full council for the first time in a little while, so we're happy to have everybody back, all the seats filled. And so we welcome back our councillors who have not been with us for the last little while. And I'm now going to ask you to please stand for the singing of O Canada. And this is Cairn Public School that are providing O Canada for us tonight. Thank you. I think it was just a repeat, but nice to hear children's voices for sure with O Canada. So I would like to just point out at this point in time that this meeting is being live streamed as well as being recorded and available on the township's website. The public may make comments for matters that are on the agenda to jshime@westlincoln.ca before 4:30 on the day of any meeting, and those comments, if made, will be submitted and will be considered as public information and read into the public record. So, and that will be standing moving forward as our hybrid meetings go on as well. The Township of West Lincoln, being part of the Niagara region, is situated on treaty land. The land is steeped in the rich history of the First Nations, such as the Hattaway-Darug, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe, including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people from across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. the Township of West Lincoln, as part of the Regional Municipality of Niagara, stands with all Indigenous people, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardship of the lands on which we live. And Councillor Bell, you have the opening petition for this evening, please.
We gather to make our decisions for our community. We may use only the best skills and judgment, keeping ourselves impartial and neutral as we consider the merits and the pitfalls of each matter that is placed before us, and always act in accordance with what is best for our community and our fellow citizens.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So I'm going to ask if there's any change in orders of items on the agenda this evening. And seeing none, I'm going to ask about disclosure of pecuniary interest and/or conflict of interest. And before I ask if there are any new ones, we do have 3 in our agenda, and I'm going to tell you what those are. So item 6.1 from the January 9th, 2023 Special Council meeting, the citizen and council appointments to boards and committees, the first one being the Age Friendly Advisory Committee. I myself declared a conflict of interest with respect to item 3.1 subsection 7, since my husband had applied to sit as a member on that committee. And that's where all of ours will sort of go. Item 6.2 that same evening was a conflict of interest from Councillor Riley, who declared a conflict for the same reasons, because his wife had applied to be on the West Lincoln Public Library Board. And Councillor Chichot, the same meeting, the same reason, her great-nephew had also applied to be part of the Mayor's Youth Committee. And so we have all declared conflicts which are there. Are there any new conflicts this evening? Okay. Okay, and seeing none, then we'll move on. So number 7 on our agenda is a request to address items on the agenda. And I'm going to ask now if there are any members of the public who wish to make some kind of address based on something that's on our tonight agenda. And seeing none, is there anyone, Kevin, who has something that they've provided through Zoom that they wish to? Okay. So then we'll move on to number 8, which is appointments and presentations. And I know that McNally House are with us this evening, and they have a presentation to make. So I think Kevin's going to get you set up, and got there more quickly than expected. And Ms. Blackwood, are you going first? Yes. Okay. They have to be right there.
For that camera.
Okay.
And then they should go to the
Okay. So a reminder from our CAO that, you know, we don't have a podium the same way anymore, so you're using that center seat. And just a reminder to make sure that you're speaking right into the microphone and that it's on so that we can record what's going on. IT is forever our use. It's our cause for concern always. When it works, it's amazing. When it isn't quite working, not so amazing.
We strive to modernize West Lincoln.
Yeah.
Those are what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
He's driving all. You're doing great.
It will be. So just while Kevin's working on that, I'll just say about RO Canada, you know, the decision was made not to sing council thing for you in terms of O Canada, but rather to approach the schools. So we used the Smithville Christian High School for our inaugural meeting, and we recorded that. And we've used that for a couple of meetings since then. And so Cairn Christian School is the first elementary school now to submit, and the first time that we've used that. So being a former educator, I'm very pleased to have these children's voices as we open our council meetings.
I don't think you're gonna wanna hear me sing anyways.
Okay, I think we're ready. So, Joanna, we can go to questions and comments after the presentation, right? Relevant and- They have to come up, yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure. Okay. Good evening, Your Worship, Mayor Gannon, and councillors.
Oh, something's echoing. Well, I thought we were starting and we had an echo.
Thank you. Good evening again.
It's much better this time. Sounds great.
On behalf of McNally House Hospice, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak before you this evening. Tonight, we wish to continue the conversation and sharing the vision for the future of McNally House Hospice. So just to recap, McNally House Hospice appeared before West Lincoln's Administrative Finance Fire Committee on June 21st, 2021, with a request for financial support for the new hospice build and expansion. On June 28th, 2021, questions were raised by council related to our previous week's presentation. We returned before council on July 26th to respond to the questions, and our request for financial assistance was then referred to the 2022 budget deliberations. During the budget deliberations discussion on January of last year, a majority of the council felt that it would be more appropriate for the new council to address the request. As a result, we've revised our request to align with the life of every moment the 2022-26 council term. So I won't go into what McNally House Hospice is, because I believe most of you know, but I'd like to talk about the importance of McNally House. As a vital part of the West Niagara community since 2008, McNally House Hospice has supported more than 1,600 individuals together with their families in their end-of-life journeys. Over the years, we have established an excellent reputation in the community through all our high-quality services, strong leadership, along with our compassionate, competent, and caring staff and volunteers. We have developed collaborative relationships with health system planners and service providers, being seen as leaders in hospice palliative care, not only provincially, but nationally and internationally we've been seen. Through a long-established partnership with the Niagara West Palliative Care Team and West Lincoln Memorial Hospital, we also have a robust psychospiritual and bereavement support programs, providing professional counseling for both individuals and groups in the community, hospital, and hospice. Through these programs, along with our compassionate community initiatives, we have supported well over 470 community members each year. Oops, sorry about that. Where the challenge lies for us now is that since 2008, the needs of Niagara's palliative care system have grown. McNally House Hospice is reaching capacity, and with Grimsby, Lincoln, and West Lincoln continuing to grow, the need for hospice and our supportive services have increased. We can no longer expand our psychospiritual and bereavement services as we've simply run out of room. In 2022, 32 individuals in West Niagara were not able to access our services when they needed us because a bed was not available. We were unable to meet the needs of almost 20% of those community members who wished to die at McNally House Hospice. If we include the number of community members who were forced to travel to another hospice, to another community, to another hospice palliative care bed, we can move that number up to nearly 35% we weren't able to meet. In order to meet these challenges, the existing McNally House 6-bed hospice will be reimagined into a new day hospice, which is a transformative approach to how hospice care is delivered. A new 10-bed residential hospice will be constructed, increasing our residential care capacity by almost 70% and meeting those needs of our communities. You can see here, together with the rebuilt West Lincoln Memorial Hospital in Deer Park Villa, the expanded McNally House Hospice will form part of a complete campus of care. And here's a little bit of diagram. It's a little bit difficult to see maybe on some of your screens, but that's the visioning of, on your left is the existing hospice residence that will be turned into day hospice, and on your right, that is the new, the designs for the new hospice residence. And I'm going to move this over to Murray Bain, our board chair and co-chair of our capital campaign. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pam.
No, I did arrows down.
Good evening, and thanks again for having us. I'm going to share a little bit more about what Pam's talking about, the day hospice. This is a kind of a term that maybe a lot of folks don't really understand or have a full knowledge of day hospice. When someone is diagnosed with a life-limiting illness, there's generally about a 2-year period from, or a path from the diagnosis until end of life. And day hospices provide education, support, practical guidance to not just patients but their caregivers throughout this process. And the results are dramatic improvements to the patient's quality of their end of their life and less hospital visits, which lessens the burden on our healthcare system. In 2022, over 470 people used our hospice psychological and spiritual and bereavement programs, and that, as Pam mentioned, really exceeds our current capacity. Now, with the new day hospice, we can provide support to hundreds more people per year and their families. Things like counseling rooms, dedicated art therapy space, kitchen facilities, clinical space for healthcare practitioners, and flexible meeting space. And this is just a sketch of what how McNally, the existing McNally House, will be adjusted for day hospice activities. The next part of our exciting project is 4 additional beds. So we have a new 10-bed residential hospice. Some of the benefits of this compared to what we have presently: an overnight suite for families and loved ones that might be coming from out of town, a family recreation room, a new memorial garden, which we're really excited about, and family spaces to provide dignity and comfort to those staying beside their loved ones. And this is a rendition of what the new 10-bed residential hospice will look like. And a little bit about our progress to date. We've been at this in the planning stages since 2017. And that's when we got our initial generous commitment from Blair McKeel for $1 million to get us started. And to date now, all of our zoning bylaws amendments have been made, our site plan is in place, and pretty much all the boxes are ticked at this stage of the game for moving forward. This is just a rendition of the bridge that will join the residential hospice to the day hospice, so it'll all be aligned in one facility. And as far as our capital campaign goes, our goal has been $9.5 million. I mentioned the gift from Blair McKeel. We have $800,000 in Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care. That's pending, and we hope within the next, or later in February, to hear about that funding. And gifts from more than 100 community members, including folks from West Lincoln, and some organizations such as Niagara Community Foundation, the Wise Guys Charity, and we're at 78% of our fundraising target. And now Debbie will say a few words and move us along in the presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It's lovely to see you. I think we all know municipalities are not traditionally the funders of healthcare-related facilities and have long lobbied the province for more direct funding. It has been common, though, for charitable organizations like ours to perform a public service and to approach municipalities for contributions related to capital infrastructure. In addition, provincial funding that is secured is often done so by demonstrating municipal and community support for hospice services. Hospice Niagara, for example, has been engaged in a similar capital campaign and has secured funding from the region of Niagara, St. Catharines, Welland, Fort Erie, Port Colborne, Thorold, and Pelham for their new residential hospice in the Welland area. In December 2021, we approached the Niagara region, and thank you very much, Councillor Vidovine. The region approved our request for $1.1 million, or $220,000 over 5 years. The region's contribution is $800,000 to match the anticipated provincial contribution of $200,000 per new bed and a $300,000 contribution to the day hospice. In May 2021, Lincoln Council approved our funding request, contributing $115,000 or $23,000 per year over 5 years. Grimsby Council, as you probably read, is considering our $132,000 request as part of their budget deliberations. West Lincoln is part of the McNally House Hospice catchment area and has been a partner with us for 17 years, as well as Grimsby and Lincoln. McNally House Hospice has been partnering with West Lincoln Public Library since 2017 to offer educational programs and discussions around death, dying, loss, and grief. We are an active member of the West Lincoln Chamber of Commerce. We've participated in a number of West Lincoln age-friendly community events, and John Calvin Christian School generously has hosted the Hike for Hospice in the past 13 years, raising over $130,000. McNally House Hospice has cared for 142 West Lincoln residents since its opening. In 2022, 4 West Lincoln residents who wanted to die at McNally House Hospice were unable to access a bed. The residents in West Niagara catchment area are given first priority. It is not a first-come, first-served system, but it's based on the greatest need. The Council can be assured the expansion of McNally House will meet the needs of West Lincoln residents. We have calculated that West Niagara municipalities can have a significant impact on this project by supporting it at a ratio of less than $5 per resident. This was based on the 2016 census. We have respectfully request, and we were referred back to the new council, and we do appreciate that. We respectfully request West Lincoln Council consider a contribution of $70,000 or $17.5K per year for the next 4 years. We know this dollar amount that was based on the 2016 population. We also know West Lincoln has grown, so that equates to $4.53 per West Lincoln residents.
The contribution from West Lincoln would be less than 1% of the $9.5 million Life in Every Moment campaign goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Debbie. And Murray and Pam, thank you. So we do have a resolution before us. So I think that rather than ask questions directly now, we'll put the resolution on the floor, and then people can have their comments, ask their questions, and if their questions are directed specifically to either one of you, any of the three of you, we need you to come back up again, please, to be able to address that question. So, Councillor Chichok, you have the resolution. Would you mind starting with that, and we'll put it on the floor so that we can have a discussion about this? Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I'm on. Well, there you go. Thank you, and I'm pleased to put this recommendation forward, moved by myself, that McNally House Hospice presentation, which provided an update on the expansion of their facilities and financial needs, be received, and that McNally House Hospice request for financial assistance from the Township of West Lincoln in the amount of $70,000, which can be allocated in 4 annual installments of $17,500 each year in order to facilitate the expansion of their facility, be referred for consideration as part of the Township's 2023 budget.
We need someone to second that resolution, please. Councillor Bell? Okay, so it's on the floor. Discussion. Anyone want to start with comments or questions? Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, or Madam Mayor. I guess, maybe your last name is Mrs. McGinnim. All right, so I guess the first thing is I wanted to mention, thank you guys again for the presentation. Great to see you guys again. And I'm going to repeat myself as much as I did last term. Hospice has always hit a soft spot with me. My grandfather passed away at a different hospice, but I understand its need and its and its importance in all of our communities. And I certainly would like to see if there's a possibility we could support it. That'd be wonderful. But I guess it's one of the things that I want to see, because we get requests like this all the time, not necessarily from hospices, but other organizations. And it kind of has that perception of a handout. And I know that's not necessarily how you want it perceived by any means, but I think in order to kind of move forward with respecting the residents of West Lincoln and the tax base, I like to kind of see it more as a partnership. I think if we're going to, commit any kind of money to this organization, I would like to see it more like a team effort than necessarily just handing money and then we kind of we're done, we wash our hands from it, we never see it again. And so I guess through you, Madam Mayor, if I could ask either of the representatives there what the possibility would be for West Lincoln Council and staff to potentially appoint a member from West Lincoln to sit on their board of directors, an opportunity to kind of connect West Lincoln to the governance of McNally House, as well as I also would like to see moving forward, if the Will Council were to support this, could we put a condition that this is supported and approved on the premise that all of the LAMs, all of the local area municipalities are on board. So it's not West Lincoln left holding the bag like we've had in the previous councils of previous assets that didn't belong or didn't, reside in West Lincoln. So I would also like to see that condition as well. And so maybe we can start with just asking the representatives.
Start with your question?
Yeah, we'll start with that first, but that was just kind of like an add-on to another condition I would like to see included, should this be supported.
So let's stop at the first one. Is
Perfect.
there anyone of the presenters who feels that they could even attempt to explain the
Or speak
makeup
to
of the
that?
Board of Directors? Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you very much for the question, and I really appreciate Councillor Riley. I did have a chance to talk to him, so I do appreciate the opportunity to say that we most welcome certainly directors on our board, and we have in the past, as you know, and I look over here at Murray Bain, who works here at Standpack in West Lincoln and has a long history in this community. So we do welcome, but we would take that back to the governance committee. In fact, we just met tonight, so we'll be able to take that back and look at that, but we do welcome absolutely a director from this community, and in a way in which the governance committee, I think you would understand that, would find that would be appropriate.
Yes, and I realize there would obviously be some kind of vetting process,
Yes.
but could it more or less be a recommendation, and then from there, we have it with other committees where we put someone forward, and then they have to determine on their level whether or not that person can fit in based on the other geography and the other people in place.
Well,
So-
and you know, one of the things that we're striving to do is bring diversity to our board of directors, and in many ways. So, I mean, I know you have committee appointments, you've talked about it this evening, and maybe there's a way in which we can be part of that as well, to bring that kind of broader skill set when you are on one of these boards, because it is important, and we're all volunteers. We're doing this because we believe in hospice, so,
No,
thank you.
That's great, and that
Thank
answers
you.
my question there,
Okay,
so.
So Councillor Chichok also had,
Well, I'll bring that other part
well,
forward once it's
leave
time
it for
to,
now, please. Thank you.
I'm done for now.
Councillor Chichok.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I, too, want to say thank you very much for coming. Your services are amazing and align with the new complete community that a lady who passed away 2 days ago talked about throughout her sprawling metropolis of Mississauga. And she insisted that all of the elements required to allow her community members to live a full, healthy, happy life and death were there in the form of hospitals, hospices, schools, churches. I don't think I have to tell you people, Debbie, I know I don't have to tell you, but in honor of that lady, I would have to say West Lincoln wants the push and the kind of enthusiasm to get these kind of things done for their people as well. It is in today's day a way of completing the community, and it is required. And you are there from the very point of the need, and I know you do. You haven't been able to fill that need, and I look forward to seeing a larger community build for that. But the outreach that you do for young people, for children that are adults who lose a parent, it might be the first person in their life that they've lost, but for that entire family group to get the kind of support and the dignity for the person who's just passed. I can only say that I have experienced the volunteers that I know you've lost a lot of them, but I know that that's another way that West Lincoln can probably help, is to encourage people of this community to volunteer, because it's an enriching experience, and I hope that we can help you out that way. But as to the skills of your board members, I do hope, if we do put people on your board, that they do have the skill set that's required, because it certainly is a very gentle and different kind of skill set than we need for governance or sitting on a table at a horseshoe like this. So I just want to say thank you very much. I hope to see the motion as it sits on the floor today proceed to budget, and I look forward to a good partnership with McNally Hospice helping from this side of the grass. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else with a comment or a question for Councillor Rayner?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I know this is your third time around. Last time you were here, it was last previous council, and it wasn't successful. And Councillor Trombetta made a point of reminding you that next council, you can try again. And sure enough, it wasn't very long in this new council, and you're back, so you didn't wait too long. But anyways, the only question I have is with regards, you do have a firm commitment from Lincoln, but you do not have a firm commitment from Grimsby. And I think that was brought up earlier. That would be the stipulation, as also Councilor Riley mentioned, about having the opportunity to participate, which is important. At least we feel that we're part of it. We can see what's going on. We're actively involved in it. Somebody representing the township to sit on the board, be it a private individual or be it a council member, whatever works out, it doesn't matter so long as it's a resident of West Lincoln. And also the fact that we have a decision from Grimsby. So to me, those are the kind of things that would be the ones that would certainly convince me to go ahead with it. So thank you for coming, and thank you for your time. It was very nice. I only have one question in the beginning, if you don't mind, through you, Madam Chair. You mentioned, I believe, when the trouble is I don't have it with me on the screen, it flipped. You said 16 beds, but it was 6, and then you're getting 2, and then you're going to get another 8 later or something? Like,
No.
it said 16 bed in the beginning. I thought, well, hold on a minute, you've already got 16 bed. I'm confused. I believe your first opening statement said you have 16 beds, although there were still 32 people that didn't come, and it represented a 20% that we couldn't help.
Councillor,
Am I right on those numbers?
Excuse, yeah, I think you've, Pam's taken the chair again, but I think you
Yeah.
misunderstood that.
Yes, so currently we have 6 beds.
That's what I thought.
We So we will be growing our beds to 10, to a total of 10. So we're adding 4 new beds, but in a new facility. So the new building will be a new 10 hospice residence beds, and then our old facility, which is next door, and Murray showed the bridge between the two, the old facility will be turned into our day hospice program. That will be our outreach program for all the people in the community to come in during the day and have their supports. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I wish I could see that first slide again. That's what I was confused on. Yeah, it's a new 10-bed hospice. That's what I thought.
So perhaps because, Councillor, because we talked about 6 and then talking about 10,
Well,
perhaps.
I'm usually pretty good with the math part. It was,
Okay, back, she's going back to show you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure where you're referring to, other than we, in this slide here, so we've cared for 1,600 people over the last, we'll be open 15 years in April.
it's your slide that said 20% we did not fulfill. Yeah, that's
So-
it there.
Yeah, so typically we have,
See, it says Niagara currently has 16 beds. That's where I got the 16.
across all of Niagara.
See, you want 16.
No, that's
no,
what
no.
we currently have in all of Niagara
six.
is 16 beds. So we have Hospice Niagara that has 10 beds, and we have 6 beds. And they are growing their beds in Welland and Fort Erie, and we're planning to grow our beds to 10 beds here.
Making it 16. Making it 10?
10.
The total is going to be 10, not 16.
Yeah.
So that's where I got the 16 from, that was the total.
Those are the total beds in all of Niagara right now.
I thought you were referring just to the Lincoln, West Lincoln, Grimsby
No
section.
problem.
That's where I've got
Yeah,
the confusion.
gotcha.
Thank you for the clarification.
So you're good, Councillor Rayner? Councillor
Very
Trombetta?
good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate hospice coming back this term and appreciate our conversations that we had last term. It was an unprecedented time that we were all dealing with a lot of restraints on this council and on our budgets. As councillors mentioned, there's some options that are thrown out there. And I'm not opposed to any of it. I think we still need to go back to budget, and we can see how we can make some things work this time around. You can always see it's already a different, as I'm seeing right now, a different vibe than last time than when she came. So, and that's always a good sign. So, again, appreciate you coming forward once again and respecting the wishes of council. So that does mean a lot, and I'd like to thank you for that as well on behalf of myself. So moving forward, I'd like to see this, whatever's going to be put to the floor and whatever's going to be put towards budget. And just one question, Councillor Rayner, are you looking for 16 beds or are you looking for 10 only?
You want them to grow even more, in other words?
So anyways, that's the question. Then I'm all done with my
I think we have
comments.
that clear. So the resolution tonight is just actually to get it to budget, and then the other details, I think, can be worked out at that point in time. That gives us time to look into the governance situation, look to see if we have either somebody from council or a resident who might be interested, but at this point in time, the resolution is strictly to get it to the budget process so that the further details can be worked out. So is there any other member of council that wishes to speak? Wait a minute, before anybody goes to the second time, I just need to see.
Yep.
Okay, so now,
So I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. So should this be supported tonight, it is not actually supported. This is going to just be referred to budget, and that will be supported then?
what it says is,
So
be
make-
referred for consideration as part of the township's 2023 budget.
Okay. My screen's cut off here.
Okay.
So I
well,
can only go so
Would you
far.
like the resolution again?
Sure, if you
Okay.
could, if you wouldn't mind.
So, number 1 is that McNally House Hospice presentation, which provided an update on the expansion of their facility and financial needs be received, which we've done, and that McNally House Hospice request for financial assistance from the Township of West Lincoln in the amount of $70,000, which can be allocated in 4 annual installments of $17,500 each, in order to facilitate expansion of their facility, be referred for consideration as part of the township's 2023 budget.
Perfect.
Fair enough.
We don't need to give any extra direction.
There's no direction, there's nothing further. If we're ready. But Councillor Rayner wanted to speak again.
Yes, further to what Council Riley said, and I mentioned, I would like to hopefully have the results of those two requests in before the budget as the conditions for this to be supported.
So we're not having to pull it and then treat it separately?
Well, what I'm thinking of, in order to facilitate the expansion, providing that the board comes back and we can have an individual on the board, and that Grimsby is decided to come on board because it's a threesome, we all got to do it together. It's just a Grimsby concern in the past. We have financed the YMCA from this township, $420,000, and we didn't get much back from it. In fact, we were supposed to get 2 buses a week. They canceled that, and we
Okay,
still paid them.
Councillor, I'm going to ask you-
I'm concerned that the money goes, it's got to be, Grimsby's got to come, because we've always helped Grimsby. So Grimsby's got to come to the table on this, or it's just like the YMCA all over again for us, and that's not fair to this township that we carry the weight for the other municipality. They should be on their own. So it should be everybody participating equally.
Okay, so I think the McNally House people have an understanding of that. I think we all have an understanding of that. I would just like to make my comments if everybody's had their say.
I do want to mention something afterwards, so.
Well, you know what, you're interrupting, but what would you like to say, Councillor?
Well, I wasn't sure if you wanted the last word. You said if everyone's done, so I just thought I would mention there was.
I did say if everyone's done.
Okay, so I
Thank
wasn't
you.
quite done. So just following up with what Councilor Rayner is, I don't think it hurts to have that in there, so whatever decision's made, should it be supported at budget, then it doesn't require us having to go through all of this again. I think that you can kind of put it through as we made it here, should this be supported, and at that point, if it's not supported at budget, then it goes away, but if it's supported at budget, then we don't need to worry about bringing all this back out and starting from scratch. Right? Do you know what I
I'm
mean?
not
So I
sure
think
that
you
we
can
would
say,
have to
should it
limit
be
it.
supported at budget, then the following conditions would be, and then we can just list those 2 options.
Okay, so. Doesn't matter. Okay. So our clerk is saying that we're going to do that at budget time anyway, so we don't need to change this resolution at this point in time.
Okay,
That budget time is going to happen anyway, no
all
matter
right.
what.
So those will just be the conditions at budget.
Councillor Chichok for a second time.
I do have to apologize for barging in ahead of you, Madam Mayor, but I certainly don't want to take you off your track, so please remember what you're saying. But I don't want to have our guests from McNally leaving here thinking we're keeping you hostage on anything. And we want to work as partners with you. West Lincoln has always been a partner. They've partnered with different agencies who deliver services outside of our boundaries, but in fact offer valuable services to people in this community. So I would hope that over the course of the next month or so, while we work on our budget and fit everything we have to fit into it, that you would work equally with us. And we're not going to hold you hostage to put a politician on your board. I think you need to look for the right mix, diversity, talent, skills, and education on death and dying and bereavement, or whatever you're looking for. And that's only from me, but in my opinion, we are not going to, I would hope that you would get from Grimsby some sort of a commitment, but I hope that by the time budget's done, that we are not holding the kind of resolution that is being suggested now, but we'll wait till budget to add those other things. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So, and in this position, Councillor Riley, I do get the last word on this one, so there you go. So very briefly, because I was very long the last time when I expressed, that's probably what you're worried about, my intentions and my thoughts about hospice. I just want to say that I will continue, as I have been, to be an open supporter of the work done by McNally House. On behalf of our residents and their families, there's no better care around. My one concern in the last little while is that we have had in the last 6 to 7 weeks 2 residents, well-known residents of our municipality, who wish to offload that terrible pressure on their family of caregiving and also spend some quality time with their loved ones at the end of life, and there was no room at McNally House for them. So I absolutely support this need to move forward and to grow that on behalf of our residents. I would like to say that, I don't think that many of the residents who reached out to me after the last time really were in agreement with the decision this council made. It was a decision that was made, and that was good. But many expressed concern afterwards about their willingness to give up about the cost of a large coffee and a donut and a muffin or whatever per year for the next few years in order to make sure that their loved ones could be at McNally House at some time in the future. So I guess to our Director of Finance, I just want to say that in your dealings of looking at this, should this pass tonight, that you will take a careful look at whether we need 5 years to support McNally House or 10 years or whatever it takes out to find a way to make sure that we can have this happen for our residents. So in any case, I'm now going to, I've read for the second time that resolution. It's been moved by Councillor Chichok and seconded by Councillor Bell, and I will ask all in favor. Do you want to do an electronic vote or a hand vote? I'm sorry, I didn't know if you were ready. Okay, we're going to try. We're going to try. So we also have, oh, it's come up. Please vote, councillors. And then submit your vote. It takes 2 parts. This may work. We have a vote in progress. And the vote is there, and that was unanimously supported. So thank you for that. And thank you very much, all of you, for coming. Okay, so the next thing on our agenda, Councillor Witteveen, are your remarks. And so you get the center chair now.
Okay. So, good evening, Mayor, members of council, staff, and members of the public. I'd like to start by saying we've had a very busy month at the Niagara region. We're embarking on our 2023 budget and we have selected our positions on various committees. So for the next 2 years, I will be Chair of Public Works, and I will be sitting on Public Health and Community Services, Planning, Economic Development. On the subcommittees, I will be sitting on Waste Management Steering and the Agriculture Policy Committee. I was also chosen to continue on the Golden Horseshoe Food and Farming Alliance, as I was selected as the chair earlier late last year. So a quick update on the budget, on the process of our budget. The Niagara region, we are feeling the pressures of inflation just like you will on all fronts of the budget. So we need to continue the level of service that our residents are accustomed to, and we are finding it difficult to find savings throughout all departments. As you know, Bill 23 has brought new challenges for our ability to collect developmental charges, which pay for the growth. So reserves are being used to offset increased costs, but we must be careful not to deplete these for future needs. This is definitely a challenging budget year for us. For our community, we have speed enforcement cameras, as some of you know, going in our community safety zones, one on Town Line, the second on Station Street. So these areas have been identified as problem speed areas in our community, and of course, we want to keep our children safe from motorists. So the program will be introduced this spring, with motorists will be giving ample warning for a month before fines are issued. The mayor and myself will keep council updated on the rollout of this program and the data that's collected. So in our committee meetings this month, staff presented overviews of their departments to give new councillors an opportunity to ask questions and better understand each department's operations and challenges. And also this month, many of us attended Roma Conference in Toronto, meeting MPs and bringing our local issues to the forefront. I wanted to thank our CAO and staff for setting up these delegations, including myself. I found it was very productive time of networking and engaging in this in-person event. So mayors and council, thank you for giving me the opportunity to update you If there's any questions to my report, I will answer them for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whittabine. Does anyone have a question for Councillor Whittabine? Okay, thank you. So we're moving on now to confirmation of minutes, and Councillor Rayner, you have the first resolution.
Yes, Madam Mayor, moved by myself that the minutes of the open session portion of December 12th, 2022 regular council meeting be accepted, and that the confidential minutes relating to the closed session portion of the December 12th, 2022 regular council meeting be accepted, and that the minutes remain confidential and restricted from public disclosure in accordance with exemptions provided under Section 239 of the Municipal Act.
Thank you. Would someone second that, please? Councillor Chichok? All in favor? Oh, vote. Vote. Quick and easy, now it's going to work.
I'm not an East Grub. I can vote for you.
Oh, she got it.
Thank you.
Okay, and that resolution carries. We'll get this down pat yet. Okay. So, Councillor Riley, you have the next, which is a public meeting, site alteration bylaw, Mars Homes, Smithville Westing.
I do. Moved by myself that the minutes of the public meeting held on December 12th, 2022, with respect to an application for a site alteration made by AJ Clark and Associates Limited on behalf of Mars Homes, Smithville West, Inc., be accepted.
Okay, we need someone to second that, please. Councillor Trombetta, thank you. And vote online, please, councillors. And that carries. Thank you. So item number 10.3 is a special counsel, a citizen and council appointments to boards and committees. And there's a big preamble to that. I've already explained that myself had a conflict in terms of 3.1. Councillor Riley had a conflict on 3.1 subsection 2, and Councillor Chichak on 3.1 subsection 9. So we'll just go on. Because we've all declared our conflicts, we don't need to redo that. We just need to approve these minutes as they are, and the conflicts were clear. So, Councillor Trombetta, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Moved by myself that the minutes of the January 9th, 2023 special council meeting, citizen and council appointee and to boards and committees be accepted, and that the confidential minutes relating to the closed session portion of the January 9, 2023 special council meeting be accepted, and that the minutes remain confidential and restricted from public disclosure in accordance with the exemptions provided in Section 239 of the Municipal Act.
Thank you. And someone to second that, please. Councillor Broderick. And we'll vote on those when the clerk is ready. Okay, and that motion. Oh. Okay. So it does show. Okay, good. We can see that. So when it's working, it's quite slick. You can actually look at the screen. Rather than seeing hands raised, you still can see who voted which way if you're sitting in the gallery or if you're watching from home. So we're moving now to 10.4, which was a special counsel regarding budget training. And Councillor Chichok, you have that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Moved by myself that the minutes of the January 18th, 2023 special council meeting for budget training, reserves, financial reporting, and revenue and debentures be accepted, and that the confidential minutes relating to the closed session portion of the January 18th, 2023 special council meeting be accepted, and that the minutes remain confidential and restricted from public disclosure in accordance with the exemptions provided under Section 239 of the Municipal Act.
Thank you. And someone to second that, please. Councillor Riley, thank you. And again, we'll vote.
You were so. Oh, no, you weren't. Yeah, you can.
Thank you.
If you don't vote, it's not going to close it. So Councillor Rayner doesn't believe he should vote, actually was at the meeting. And it's not gonna close.
Well, there's a number of us that weren't at that meeting, so we shouldn't vote. We've got an opinion either way.
Madam Clerk.
It's just confirming that the minutes are correct.
So it's confirming that the minutes are correct and that you've read them, and it doesn't matter. When it would matter, Counselor, is when we have a public meeting. So if there's a public meeting that we hold, under the Planning Act, for example, then you're not allowed to vote if you haven't taken part in that public meeting, but this is not the same situation, so.
So whether you're there or not is irrelevant.
For this particular, yeah, just the acceptance of minutes is fine.
If you don't vote, if you don't know the whole thing.
Then, okay, so our CAO would like to address that.
Just to try to help, the minutes would indicate that you weren't there, so you'd be voting in recognition of that.
Well, they would indicate that you weren't there.
Yeah.
Well, that's fine. No, as long as I understand, it's good.
Yep, good, thank you. So from the other side, you heard the answer that our CAO gave as well? So, yeah, it doesn't matter. Good, okay, thank you. So that also was carried, once we sorted out who could vote and who couldn't vote, and realized that everybody can. Good. So item 11 is communications, and the first one is from the Niagara 4-H Association, Jonathan Dugdale, who is a Niagara 4-H leader, and Deanna Bartels, who is also a Niagara 4-H leader. And it's a request for the West Lincoln Community Center room rental refund. And Councillor Broderick, you have that resolution.
Yes, moved by myself that the correspondence received from Jonathan Dugdale and Deanne Bartels from the Niagara 4-H Association regarding a request for a West Lincoln Community Center room rental refund dated December 7th, 2022 be received, and Senior Planning, Garrett Boersma.
No, I think,
Oh, sorry.
I think that you can just do that one for now, I think. And the "and" indicates that we need to make some kind of a decision. So we need somebody to second that, first of all. Since there's an "and," the first part, yeah. Councillor Bell. So we're looking at the first part simply because it is a request. And the "and" indicates that we need to respond to that request. So we're either supporting it or we're not, and we need to have an opportunity
So Mayor,
to speak to it. Yes, go ahead.
may I add a suggestion then?
You may.
Okay, then. So then I will, dated December 7th, 2022, be received and supported.
So we have an end to that. Councillor Bell, did you still want to speak?
Yeah, yes, I would. I guess, why are they requesting a refund? Like, you know, this is kind of like an open door policy of, there's no reason why, it's just that they've booked the hall, now they'd like to get a refund. What took place that they're requesting this refund, and why should we give it to them?
Okay, so my top of my head response would be that when you look to book something, and you ask, you know, do we get a better rate, or can we have it for free because we're a community group when we're raising funds? The answer generally is, you know, we can't give that to you, we have only this contract situation, but you can always ask council to consider your request. So my guess is that's what's happened in this situation, but I see Councillor Chichok nodding her head. Would you like to speak to that, Councillor, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's my understanding, I spoke with representatives from 4-H this afternoon to ask that exact thing, and that was the situation. They were told it was $133 for the facility for that time, and that they had no choice but to enter into the contract, but that they could approach council and see if they could have the fees reduced or in fact eliminated. And they gave reason for why they were trying to do the fundraising, and that's to complete a facility at the fairgrounds so that all the 4-H kids can show off their projects that they've worked on through the year. So these are leaders, young leaders, and they've approached this in a very professional manner, so I commend them for that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Trombetta.
Yeah, I'm in support with Councillor Broderick saying that received and supported. Is that what she said at the end? Yeah, 4-H has done a lot of things for this community. They have also used other facilities at Abingdon Hall and Silverdale to do their functions, and those are at no costs. And I understand the policy that obviously is in place at the community center, but again, it's a nice area to work out of. So I know, and it's kind of centralized, so it's a little easier for these kind of groups. So yeah, I'm in support with Councillor Broderick adding the word supported with that, so.
Thank you. Councillor Riley?
Thank you. I guess my question is, last term, we had another group that came forward and asked for a refund, and I don't believe that council supported it. I think the concern was what precedent would that be setting? I don't think, like, this is not a great deal of money by any means to, I guess, as far as operations go for us. Obviously, it's a significant amount of money for an organization like that. So I guess my question through you to, I guess, the council is, by supporting this, are we setting a precedent that anybody who rents the facility is going to be having that expectation that we'll be, I guess, making a habit of refunding those services, those fees? Because again, I'm trying to remember, I don't know if I should mention the name. I remember the individual. I just don't remember I forget what it was about. But I remember they had come forward to ask a very similar nature. They were looking for something to be waived, and this council had said no. And so I'm just concerned, is that now going to open a door?
I can't remember. I can't remember, so I'm trying to.
So-
I can't either, but the policy probably, and we'll let the CAO speak to that, the policy likely is so that each situation is treated independently.
Okay.
And it would depend on the who's asking and the how much.
Okay.
And it would be up to the council at the time who hears that to make a decision. But, Madam CAO, please.
Thank you. I think, so first of all, there is a nice letter in the agenda tonight which explains the request. And so council sets the policy, sets the fees, and has established the fees for the community center. So this is a request for an exemption. And I'm not too sure, I can't remember the exception either. And so I think this is something that council has to decide on their own if they see this as something that they feel that would warrant a fee waiving. And I don't know and I can't even establish the fact that it would set a precedent, but perhaps our treasurer Donna, do you want to weigh in on this at all?
I will just remind council of one thing. We do give 4-H a community grant on an annual basis. There's an application process, and we give community grants. I don't know exactly how much we gave 4-H. I believe it was in probably $1,000 or more. We give grants to the Agricultural Society, the Santa Claus Parade, the Legion. Those are just some of the groups. So I just wanted to remind council.
Thank you. Councillor Trombetta back again.
So I don't have the floor?
Just a second.
Okay. I guess I don't get the
I'm
floor
kind of,
anymore.
Madam Mayor, I'm kind of confused. I don't, something, we're missing something that happened. There's something that's missing out of this. I don't think 4-H booked this knowing that I'm going to come to council to get the refund. Something happened here that there's some communication this is why it's here today, because there was something miscommunication that was dropped. I don't think 4-H would have booked this knowing that, well, you're going to get charged $130 for the room, and they're going to say, well, that's fine, I don't care, I'm going to come to council to try to get it off. So I'm trying to figure out what happened here in the sense why it did get to this, like.
From A to C with.
Well, somebody had some miscommunication there, like, again, coming from our finance director, they have a grant, so that's not communicated with that, which is not her job to do that, I'm just saying, but were they under the impression they weren't getting charged for this room and that's why they're here today? Like, I don't think, I'm confused. There's some gap we're missing why it got here today, and I'm trying to figure that out. Not that I'm opposed to it, but how did it get to council?
Again, I would think back to what our CAO said. The policy says, you pay, but it also gives an opportunity for you to go to council and ask for a rebate, and I think that they're just following that. But Councillor Chichok has her hand up again, so maybe she knows more than I.
Well, I think that regardless of what else, I think they would probably come forward if we asked them or if they were invited. But I think this was a rather confusing round of council. We didn't have admin services, which is where people would normally come, and here we are at council, and I don't know that they knew it was here. So I would say that they followed the process. They were told they had to come here and get support to get. The mayor is exactly correct. You go in, you sign the contract, and then you go to council and you say, will you support us? And it's a one-off thing. There's not a precedent in the number that we've ever done in my time on council, although there's been a break. It's normally been, they come forward. And if they feel it's worthy, and to these young people, I guess it feels worthy. So I'm not going to try and second guess them, but if they have a chance, they may come forward and tell you what or why they feel that they're doing a service for the community.
So the one thing I can add, I know they've used smaller halls in the past, but this particular event was in conjunction with the winter market that was going on and the things that were already happening at the community center, so that they thought that that would allow them more traffic with people coming through to support their penny sale. So that would be why they would end up there, I suppose. Okay, Councillor Bell, please.
I support giving them a refund, but I believe that the policy we have in place for the rental, we need to make an amendment to it, clearly stating, okay, if you're looking to have a grant or anything refund of the room, you must come forward before the rental to council and request that you be granted this room, the use of it for that day, night, whatever the occasion is.
So in advance, you're suggesting?
In advance of the event. I mean, they knew they were going to go to this event, and, you know, they paid, which is fine, but now they're asking for a refund. I'm just saying, let's reverse that procedure where they come to council, request that they get to use the room for a specific event, state the reason, and we'll say yay or nay. And if it is, then we give it to them for free. Because I'm not really happy about setting this kind of a precedent. I don't think they'll be lined up at the door asking for
No.
money, but at the same token, we've established that. So let them come beforehand, and more than happy to listen to them, and if it's justified, for sure we'll give them the room.
So it's a different process for us, obviously, to amend a policy. So we need to deal with this situation, in my eyes, and then look at amending a policy.
So long as we can amend it, because
So
I think
the-
that's important.
So any further discussion on that while we're just on this piece? Councillor Riley.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I think, I completely agree with Councillor Bell, actually. And I think to even take I guess maybe I'll save that for that component there. Again, I think the concern I had was the precedent that could be set. It's such a minimal amount of money. I also kind of wonder, does this even need to come to council when it's under a certain threshold of money, or is that something that could be delegated to the treasurer and the clerk? And again, we can maybe have that discussion when we look at that repealing aspect and reversing that.
And another adjustment to policy moving forward.
Correct, because again, like, this isn't like the fact that we're spending more time on this than it's worth is you know, is kind of like not really necessary. But at the same time, you know, I don't want to, again, from the last presentation we had, it was an individual who was looking at using the community center for a specific event. And I don't want to name names because I know we're not supposed to identify people, but that was the last term of council that we had turned down out of the concern of this kind of thing, that it was going to become like a regular occurrence. And so as that resulted, we said no to them, but now we're going to say yes to them. And these people do obviously apply for our regular grant, and should they maybe plan further ahead, they could probably ask for more money, knowing that they need to rent services, or we need to recognize how to permit some of these things through that process as well, right?
Keeping in mind, though, that we're talking about young people who are volunteer 4-H leaders.
Correct.
So it is a little different than an organization.
Correct, but we can't play biases either. We have to be
No.
consistent with everybody who comes forward, regardless of age, regardless of gender, regardless of any kind of diversity. So we don't want to get into an ageist kind of situation as well. So again, I want a policy that's consistent. I want a policy that works for everybody evenly and fairly.
Yep.
But again, this is why I bring this concern now. But I have no problem supporting this. This is such a minimal ask, but I think we need to correct this moving forward.
Okay. Councillor Rayner, you had your hand up earlier, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I'm taking kind of a different angle on this. I respect the 4-H Club for what they do. This is an agricultural community. In a way, they're kind of rebels right now. They're believing in their agriculture. They're promoting agriculture when the Premier wants to destroy farms in the Greenbelt. So they're actually defying the direction of this province in what they firmly believe is the future of us, and that's agriculture and food and production. And I highly respect them for it, and they should be given credit for it, because I know as the progress of the Premier continues, the farms are going to disappear, and probably a lot of 4-H groups in those areas are going to go too. So these people should get our support, and anything we can do to help them and promote agriculture is in the best interests of the people and the community in which we live.
So other than the resolution, Councillor Broderick, you haven't really had a chance to speak, so.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I think Councillor Riley kind of stole a little bit of what I was going to say, but certainly it sounds like there's two separate situations here, this small ask and then the larger policy review that perhaps maybe should be, through you to the CAO, could be taken to staff for, some more thoughtful thought process behind that and look at all the angles and bring it back to council at a later date.
Okay, so let's deal with the resolution that's, go ahead, Madam CEO.
Just to try to be helpful to everybody here, that we just redid the fee schedule in December. We had gone through a consolidated fee schedule, so all our fees were in one place on the website now, and there was a public process where people could give comments. So my preference would be, if you can appreciate this, is that as the year goes on and we sort of see other anomalies, then those maybe go into the next round, because we're going to be updating those fees every year. But rather than doing it in piecemeal, because it was a lot of work for Caitlin, particularly to put together the consolidated fee structure, have it go out for review, have council approve it, and now I think it'd be very, very difficult for us to do it based one at a time. And rather, if we can keep an eye on the types of issues and challenges that council sees during the year, then we can look at those as we move into the next review cycle.
Thank you. Councillor Chichok.
I think we should get on with the motion on the item that's on the floor, but I just want to say that I got elected, as did everyone else here, to make exceptions and to look at things. And I don't want this to sit with staff. The ultimate answer comes from council, and if council wants to make a decision, they make them. And this is a group of young people, and they've come and done the right thing, which has been the past practice. They may have been advised to do that. I didn't advise them to do it, but I believe that there are opportunities for young people to come before council. These people could have been on the mayor's task force, for all I know, in past years. In fact, I think one was. But I'm just saying, give them a chance to come in. They were told to go in and ask. They've asked. And I would hate to see that we would delegate this somewhere when the ultimate authority belongs to this council. And I have no problem saying no or yes to anybody who comes forward, and I don't want it delegated. Thank you. Just my opinion.
Okay, so keeping in mind all of the things that everybody has said about looking forward, I do think that we don't want a piecemeal, or something that we just passed very recently. So I think keeping sort of all those extra things that come along, we're not going to know what anomalies will come up until they come up. So if we have staff keeping track of that and council members remembering that, then when the next round is to look at fee schedules again, I think that that would be the appropriate time to deal with that. In the meantime, we've spent a lot of time on a small request from an important group of people, and so I think that I'll just ask for our clerk to prepare the vote. And that resolution is also carried. So there was another piece of correspondence that was also part of that, which was 11.2. And Councillor Broderick, that's sort of kind of part B of what you had, but thank you for allowing us to break it and look at those issues separately.
Senior Planner Garrett Boersma and Director of Planning and Building Brian Treble. Memorandum, Station Meadows West, P. Bud Developments, Inc., changes to the condition from recommendation report number PD 042023.
Thank you for that. So I expected that either Garrett or perhaps Director Treble, are they? They're virtually there? Oh, I couldn't see you because of my screen. Okay, my other screen was in the way, but thank you. Director, would you like to speak to that, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This, you will recall that planning committee on January 16th. We had Mr. Oz, Kamel, and Paul speak on behalf of Peter Budd with respect to the staff report, PD 04. And it was about conditions of draft plan approval and a couple of changes we were recommending as a result of extension of draft plan approval for another 2 years. And at that meeting, staff committed to going back and investigating just a little bit further the wording of the conditions. So we have now received the Transportation Master Plan in draft form, which Public Works and Planning have been working through. We have discussed the conditions with Public Works more extensively, and we've also spoken to the representatives of Mr. Budd, and we're recommending, Madam Chair or Madam Mayor, that changes be made to attachment 2, the wording of the conditions. And so this memo is to give you that update to say that we have committed, or we did what we committed to doing, and that was speaking to all of the parties involved. And when it comes to the minutes, which I believe might be your next item of business, I would recommend you pull the report PD4 so that attachment 2 can be changed, and I believe the clerk has some wording to help guide us.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the director while we have him, or we'll wait till when we get to that subject? Okay, so thank you. Hang tight, stay by. We'll need you in a few minutes, so thank you. All right, so in actual fact, the mayor's remarks come in before we move to that, but they're relatively brief, I think, but maybe not. So we did not compare notes, Councillor Witteveen and I, but we did touch on some of the same things, starting with January has been a very long and very busy month. And I'm going to say it began with Councillor Riley and I attending a flag-raising ceremony on January 4th, so right after New Year's, at our community centre in recognition of Crime Stoppers Month. And I'm going to use my time to just highlight 3 main areas with the details that I think some residents might want to know. So the first is in regard to the Canada Summer Games. So once the decision was made and information began to come forward regarding the Niagara region's ambitious plans for hosting the Canada Summer Games in 2022, many residents and even some municipal councillors expressed strong concerns that the region could, after hosting this large event, be left in a position of considerable debt. It's happened in other places for other events, and that was a huge worry by some. Last Thursday, January 26th, I attended the Once and For All final report presentation on the Canada Summer Games, where the Games were deemed, when everything had been finalized, to have been an overall huge success. And some of the bullet points that I have are approximately 300,000 people attended the events, with the sporting and the cultural events combined. There is no debt resulting of hosting these games. Upgrades to facilities for some municipalities resulted from the hosting of events. In our case, it was the new band shell. So we've secured that. And others who had larger presentations and larger game opportunities certainly have bigger things. The surplus, and there's a small surplus, it hasn't been determined exactly how much yet, but it is going to go into youth sport in Niagara. And the 2 new legacy projects, the Canada Games Park multi-sport facility and the Henley Island rowing facility, remain for use in Niagara by Niagara residents and institutions such as Brock University and Niagara College. So in actual fact, although there was lots of apprehension, some really good things did result from the games. West Lincoln was well represented January 22nd to 24th at the Rural Ontario Municipalities Association, or ROMA as it's called. Our CAO, Bev Hendry, Councillors Riley and Cheechok, Regional Councillor Witteveen and I attended and were able to make delegations to 3 different ministries of the provincial government. In those delegations, we were able to advocate directly to the appropriate ministries to try to secure additional funding for such things as asset management, infrastructure costs, and the new generation 911 equipment. Residents who are interested in further details may look at our latest media release regarding Roma, which can be found on social media or also on the township's website. So those who want more details, there are places to go. And my third point for this evening is that residents have been concerned about road safety. And so after the police budget meeting at the region, also last Thursday, January 26th, I'm able to provide a couple of updates as well. So, as Councillor Witteveen mentioned, we have 2 community safety zones in West Lincoln as a start to the new Vision Zero project. This project is under the umbrella of regional transportation, but it is definitely supported and recognized as a needed tool by the NRP. The approved policy is to have signs and speed cameras in locations such as ours on Station Street and Town Line in place for a period of time to serve as a warning to residents. And after this warning period, tickets will be automatically issued. Some months ago, a question was raised in our chambers regarding the promise of 40 new NRP officers. I can report that these 40 new officers have all been hired by the end of 2021 at a cost of $150,000 each, so that's training, equipment, and salary moving forward. Although the result of hiring new officers meant a small savings in 2022 on overtime costs, the cost of overtime is still a $2.7 million budget item in the 2023 police services budget. The full complement of officers is still, in spite of the 40 officers, down by 13 in spite of the new hires due to retirements, illness, long-term disability, and so on. However, 6 officers are currently at Police College, 10 more will attend in the spring, and more again will attend in the fall, as an attempt is made to maintain appropriate staffing levels. In an answer to the question regarding response times, especially in areas of new growth, ours being one of those areas, the target for response time in outlying areas is 10 minutes. The NRP are collecting data to inform high-growth areas regarding potential changes in the future. So they are looking at the data in regard to a correlation between calls and their ability to respond. So I thought that residents and councilors might be happy to know that at least we're making some progress in that department. And that concludes my remarks. Then we move on to the item that we were just talking about with Director Treble. So let me just turn my page.
So report of committee, right?
We're there.
Okay, so moved by myself that the minutes of the open session portion of the January 16, 2023 Planning, Building, Environmental Committee meeting be accepted, and that the recommendations contained therein be approved with the exception of items, and there's currently none.
Well, there is. That's
Oh, I know, but like I'm just
okay.
reading how I have in
Yeah,
front of
but
me.
you can put that one in. Yeah,
What-
PD 04.
PD 04.
Okay, and on our agenda, it's item P06-23,
Okay.
12.1, so.
Or perfect, so
No, it
you
is,
said
okay.
that there. And that the confidential minutes relating to closed session portion of the January 16, 2023 Planning, Building, Environmental Committee meeting be accepted, and that the minutes can remain confidential and restricted from public disclosure in accordance with Section 239 of the Municipal Act.
So with the exception of that item, we need someone to second the rest of Councilor Rayner, thank you. So what we're going to vote on are the remainder of the minutes, and just leave out that one, so when our clerk is ready. And the vote is open. Okay, and that vote carries. Okay, so now for the other part, and we're back to you, Director.
Madam Mayor, I believe our clerk has the wording of the change that needs to happen to amend or modify conditions 9, or modify condition 9 and add a condition 10 to appendix.
Okay, so hang on for the clerk.
To explain the process, basically what we have to do is put item P0623 of the January 16th Planning, Building, Environmental Committee minutes on the table as approved at the planning meeting. And at that point, an amendment would, so we have to have a mover and seconder, and at that point, we would do the amendment. So we have to put the original motion back on the table, moved and seconded first, and then we will proceed with the amendment.
So shall we just take the resolution from here, or have you written something?
I can read the resolution.
Okay, thank you.
That item P0623 of the January 16, 2023 Planning, Building, Environmental Committee meeting minutes be approved.
So we
And
need-
I can read the recommendation, but it is quite lengthy, okay?
Okay, so let's get a mover and a seconder, and do you want to read that first, or do you want?
I can
You're
read
in
it,
a motion to
okay?
read, so read, that's good,
Okay,
okay.
item P0623 reads as follows, sorry, just seen the error there. That the recommendation report PD-04-2023 regarding PBUD developments, Station Meadows West Red Line revisions to draft plan of subdivision, file number 2000-89-19 dated January 16, 2023, be received.
2, that the draft plan of subdivision, file number 2000-89-19, as revised in attachment 1, be redline approved in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, RSO 1990, Chapter 13, and provisions thereunder, subject to the revised conditions contained in attachment 2 to this report, PD-04-2023. 3, that the changes to conditions be deemed as minor and that written notice of the changes to condition is not required under Section 51(47) of the Planning Act, RSO 1990, Chapter P13, and 4, that the draft plan of subdivision approval be extended for a period of 2 years following the lapsing of the current 3-year approval, subject to the conditions as found in Attachment 2 to this report. So that is the original resolution.
Read all of that. Councillor Riley, are you still willing to move
Yes,
that?
I'll move that.
And we need someone to second that, please. Councillor Rayner. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for reading all of that.
That's
Are there
fine.
any questions or comments? Councillor Chichok.
What exactly was the red line revision to do? Was that to do with the road? Or was that to do with the conversion of the original plan that identified an apartment building that now was going to be townhouses? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
This is the condition that deals with the road widening. The apartment and the use piece will come later to a plan of condominium application.
Okay, so this was the road issue that...
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments?
Now, I do have the resolution that has the amendment.
Okay, so the resolution, do we need to change the amendment? Okay,
Yeah,
so we
now
need to
this-
vote on the
now-
amendment, first of all?
This, yeah, I can read the amendment.
Okay, so we
now.
vote first on the amendment and then on the entire package as amended, but we do not need to read it other than you're going to read the amendment, right?
I am going to read an amendment, and we will require a mover and second to the amendment.
Okay.
Okay,
thank you.
sorry, I know it's confusing. The amendment reads that item P0623 of the Planning Building Environmental Committee regarding recommendation report PD-04-2023 P Bud Development Station Meadows West Red Line revision to draft plan of subdivision, file number 2000-89-19, be amended as follows. 1, that attachment 2 to report PD-04-23 be amended by removing condition 9 and replaced with the following new condition 9, which reads as follows: that the owner gratuitously dedicates a road widening along the subject property frontage of South Grimsby Road 5 of half of the deficit right of way width for a designated collector road being approximately 1 meter or as otherwise required through the Township of West Lincoln Transportation Master Plan, free and clear of any mortgages, liens, and encumbrance. And 2, that the following new condition 10 be added as follows: that the owner gratuitously dedicates a road widening along Spring Creek Road, currently unopened, to provide the deficit right-of-way width for a designated collector road achieving a total width of 22 meters or as otherwise required through the Township of West Lincoln Transportation Master Plan, free and clear of any mortgages, liens, and encumbrances, and that the conditions be renumbered accordingly. Whoa, that's a lot of words. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Yeah, well done, well done. Okay, so we need someone to move that amendment, Councillor Chichok, and someone to second it, Councillor Bell, thank you. All right, all in favor
Oh, I
of
can
the
open-
amendment?
I can open it up.
Okay, it's opening up, so this is just the amendment. And it's there in front of you if in doubt.
I don't have anything.
Yours didn't come up?
Mine has not come up yet.
I can vote on your behalf if you want. I think I can. I don't know why. Oh, there you go.
Okay.
And Councillor Rayner's just, yeah, there we go.
Counselor Rayner, okay.
Got him.
Okay, good.
And
Okay, so now it's come up, and that vote is carried. So we need to go back to the original. We're not going to make our clerk read it all again, are we, folks?
It's, the original will be carried as amended.
Yeah, so we voted on the amendment, now we're just going back to the original, which we'd already passed, and we're looking to vote as amended. As amended.
I don't know why it's not showing up now. It is. It is carried.
It's carried, but it's
Seven,
not,
but
it's not
showing.
coming up on the.
And I don't know why.
Okay.
Okay, sorry, I'm not, don't know what happens there.
Well, it's
Hopefully
doing
it corrects
fairly
itself.
well, but, okay.
It felt sorry for me.
I'll go read it again. All right, so there are no reconsiderations and no notices of motion to rescind. We have a tabled item under other business, but we've been just carrying that for a period of time. And so finally, Acting Chief Hofsink, it's yours. So we have re-information report WLFD-01-2023, the monthly update from December of '22. And Councillor Bell, you have that resolution.
The information report, WLFD-01-203, regarding monthly update December 2022, dated January 30th, 2023, be received for information purposes.
Thank you. And a seconder? Microphone wasn't on, Terry. Would you mind doing it again, please?
Sure. The information report, WLFD-01-2023, regarding monthly update, December 2022, dated January 30th, 2023, be received for information purposes.
Thank you. And a seconder for that, please? Councillor Riley? Any questions or comments regarding the report? Seeing none? Thank you, Chief, Deputy Chief. I thought it was an excellent report, it's my comment, but we will vote on receiving that. I was happy to see the amount of detail in that, and it really sort of answered a few questions that I might have otherwise had, so thank you. Okay, that vote carries. Oh, that time it came out, good. Okay, and 16.3 is also Acting Fire Chief Hofsink, recommendation report, which is in actual fact the annual review of the Township's health and safety policy statement. And Councillor Teachock, you have that, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Moved by myself, that report WLFD-02-2023 regarding annual review of the Township's health and safety policy statement dated January 30th, 2023 be accepted, and that Council adopt a bylaw to establish a municipal health and safety statement for the Corporation of the Township of West Lincoln, and that bylaw 2022-03 be repealed.
Thank you. And a seconder for that, please. Councillor Rayner, thank you. Any questions regarding that report? Okay, Madam Clerk, when you're ready. It's not working again for some?
You can let me know, Councilor Chief.
Mine didn't come up.
Yeah, you can let me know when you like it.
Thank you. I'm in favor.
I'm not sure why.
Maybe it's just you and me, I don't know.
Well, anyway. When you told her how, then she entered it on her side. Okay, thank you. Okay, 16.4 is Deputy Treasurer / Manager of Finance Caitlin Hall and Treasurer Director of Finance Donna DeFilippis. Read the recommendation report T-01-2023, an appointment of the Township Auditor. And Councillor Rayner, you have that, please.
Madam Mayor, I have a concern with regards to reading this one. Normally, when you read it, it's almost like you agree with it when you read it, although it is open for debate. But this particular situation here with the auditor for a 5-year term, shouldn't that have been a presentation by those people in committee so that we have an idea of what's involved in it? And because of the fact that it's a very important position, it's for a long term, and
So, Councillor, first of all, do you want someone else to read it so we can have it on the floor to discuss that?
well, I guess I can read it, put on.
Okay, so
Yeah,
that's
it's
what we need, if we're going to have that discussion about it, and you want to ask questions, then we need to have it on the floor. So if you're
I
uncomfortable
know.
reading it, I'm not going to make you read it. Somebody else can read it, or I can read it for you. But,
Yeah, but maybe if Councillor Chichok said she'd read it.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
No problem, Councillor Rayner. Moved by myself that recommendation report T-01-2023 dated January 30th regarding appointment of township auditors be received, and that KPMG LLP be appointed as the municipal auditor for a 5-year term commencing with the audit of the year ended December 31st, 2022, and that a bylaw be presented to council to appoint KPMG LLP as municipal auditor for the 5-year term commencing with the audit of the year ending December 31st, 2022.
Thank you. So we need a seconder to get that on the floor, please. Councillor Bradrick? Okay. Okay, so now, Councillor Rayner, we'll go back to you, and you can express your concerns or ask your questions of the director or
No, thank you,
deputy.
Madam Mayor. On a board I sit on, they also have auditors, but the auditors come in and they make a detailed presentation. And in this particular situation, we're not talking about something for 1 year, and we're talking about something very important, which is an audit of all our books and everything. I think it would be to the benefit, as you've had training sessions, and we just had one today, learning sessions that the auditor comes in, or the company comes in, that we would like to appoint to audit our books, KPMG, and makes it a presentation about their company. Like I said, similar to what we had today, for example, so we have an idea what the responsibilities are, what they look for, what their functions are, which to me is like a presentation to committee. It end up being a consent agenda item if you wanted to go to that direction, but I think it should be something that's worthy of a further discussion and kind of an education process for members of committee, and also being public, for the residents to see what's involved in this kind of a process.
Okay, so, do you have a question for the director? Would you like to have an explanation put forward?
No, I would just like, would like to have a motion forward that this be presented in the next committee meeting by the people who want this position and are going to be looking after the books for the township.
So let's let the director respond to your concerns.
Through you, Mayor Ganon, to Councillor Rayner. Thank you for your questions and your comments. I want to clarify a few items to council. This evening, you're approving the results of the RFP. We used our online bidding system. We asked for proposals. We received one from KPMG. What Councillor Rayner is referring to, and I firmly agree, is an audit plan. The auditors will be coming in annually to go over the audit plan, to discuss, their approach to the audit. Our other auditors provided the correspondence, and it was included in the agendas in the past, so it's always been available. So council will be hearing from them. This is just to approve the RFP and the results of the RFP, that KPMG were the successful proponents for the RFP.
Thank you. Councilor Rayner.
Thank you. Through you to the Director of Finance. You said they were the successful applicants, but did you also say that they were the only applicants?
Yes, you did.
So they win by default?
Yes, through Mayor Ganan to Councilor Rayner. We only received one reply. There aren't that many public accounting firms that will audit municipalities. It's become quite a specialized sector. And so we weren't surprised. We thought we could get some more. We only got one. There was nothing wrong with her proposal at all. We have confidence that they're going to do a good job. If we weren't happy with the proposal, we wouldn't be recommending it to council.
Through you, Madam Mayor. That would be my concern, that if there's only one, then we're almost euchred, because you have to have an audit. But the other question is, competition keeps things healthy, and only having very few in this field, it could also set sometimes a price on it, because they know if there's less people out there, and I'm sure they realize how many other firms are doing this, then they can pretty well ask what they want, which is something out of our control. But by the same token, it's just an uncomfortable feeling that you're taking the only one that was there. But by then again, I guess we have to get it done. But I appreciate what the director's saying, that there will be a presentation, and that's really where I was trying to get at, was the educational part of this and what's involved in doing it and how they measure it and how they compare it, and are we doing it right, and what deviations do we have, and how do we correct it in the future. And generally speaking, if I'm not mistaken, the audits in the past, and I've seen a lot of them here, they're very, very complimentary on how staff does things here. And there's very little criticism, if any, of things that have been missed or deviated or should be brought up to speed. So, I mean, it's very impressive to start with, but it's just so unimpressive that we don't have 4 or 5 bidders that we can select the one we want instead of saying, well, there it is. So.
Okay, so I think you've summed it up quite well. That's where
Thanks.
we are. Thank you. Councillor Trombetta.
Curiosity, through you, Madam Mayor, to the Director of Finance. Donna, if this is the only bidder, why doesn't it come under consent agenda? Why is it put on the agenda and not under consent? Wouldn't it be non-controversial anyways?
Through Mayor Ganon to Councillor Trombetta. I'm not sure if we have consent on a council agenda. I know we have it at the committee level. I'm not sure if we have it at this kind of meeting.
I think the problem, sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, to this meeting is a very, and I know we met for pre-agenda, and this meeting is more of it seems to me is more of an administrative / council, and it's no fault of no one. So we had Roma last week.
It is because we had Roma last week.
So this is maybe the
right.
confusion, but, I guess, okay, it's here today, but
It's a
it should have
compressed
been,
agenda.
it should have been under consent, but I understand the magnitude of why it's there today.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Ganon. In response to Councillor Trombetta's question about a consent agenda, we have put consent agenda items on the council agendas. I presume, I'm sorry I was away last week, but I would just presume that maybe that perhaps, and this has happened in the past, there just wasn't enough items to go in the consent, and it was just felt that putting it in under other business was the best, rather than having only one. Like, it would not make any sense to have just one item under consent.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the Treasurer. If we only had one bidder, why are we giving them a 5-year contract? Why not a 3? Like, we're locked in with this person for 5 years.
Through you, Mayor Ganon, to Councillor Bell. When we issued the RFP, it was for a 5-year term. I do want to tell council that every year there is an engagement letter signed. If we are not happy with this firm, we are not tied to 5 years.
Thank you. Councillor Riley.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, to the Director of Finance. So we're starting to see this more regularly, where it's really tough to get people to go forward with RFPs. This is just isolated to this situation. So I guess my question is, like, are there other firms out there, and should we be changing and pivoting our approach and how RFPs are put out there? Should we be actually seeking these companies for their, like reaching out to them to submit a request for proposal versus just putting it on our website or whatever other sources we use, hoping that they come and stumble across it and find it? So I don't know if you can comment on that.
Through you, Mayor Gannon, to Councillor Riley, we do use bids and tenders, which is used by a lot, I don't want to say every municipality, a lot of municipalities. You can see that companies may have had interest in it, but they don't bid. I can tell you that the accounting profession, like most professions, do not have enough staff. They do not have staff to fulfill their audit obligations. And so that is one of the reasons you don't get a lot of companies bidding. Also, I don't know if I should say this publicly, but you don't make a lot of money at a municipality. They're out to make money. They're going to go for the public companies where they can make lots of money. That's another problem we have. I think what council can consider is this is one of the largest firms in Canada. They're going to obviously do an audit, but they also provide very good professional development that we can take advantage of. And as Caitlin stated in her report, there's a lot of new standards that are coming down the pipe for municipalities. They're complicated. So I'm happy that we have a firm with a good reputation to help us with this new journey that we have to go through. I don't know what else we can do. It's public. They know where to go if they want to bid on something. I did an RFP a few months ago for another line of service. I got like 20 results. So I don't think it's the process we're doing. I just think it's the nature of this service that we're requesting.
Okay, so through you, Madam Mayor, so you're not of the opinion that we should actually go and seek more options in terms of actually pursuing them? Because my concern is one day there might be nobody bidding on these, and is our expectations that we can't do anything, or is at that point, who do we go to as far as what we're required to do, legislated to do and stuff like that, if we don't even have people bidding on this at one point, because that is a realistic possibility. And again, I just don't know where we start that conversation. Is that something we need to be taking to AMO? Is that something we need to be ensuring doesn't happen? Because we're not probably the only municipality who's in this exact same boat, right? And so that's a very concerning reality that's probably going to be facing many municipalities. I don't think we should be waiting, sitting on our hands doing nothing, but this might be something we need to get proactive about and change that, ensure that communication dialogue is happening. So anyways, that's that. Thank you.
Councillor Chichok?
I was going to say half jokingly that we should talk to the Premier and the Prime Minister, who put out all of the regulations and the PSAP legislation that municipalities have to go to. It is extremely difficult to do a municipal audit, and it doesn't matter whether you're 500 people or 5 million people. It's the same kind of forms and formulation that has to be conducted. So we're very lucky that KPMG probably found time in their busy schedule to get there. But I would say that as time goes on and people land into new jobs, we might find that these firms will get back to a proper staffing. That's the only thing we can hope for. I don't think I'd want to pursue people to do our audit, because that would take the arm's length relationship away. And I think we'd want to just keep it out there, and if people want to bid, we'd evaluate them. But next time you see Mr. Ford or Mr. Trudeau, tell him it's a pain in the neck.
Thank you, Councillor Chichok. Okay, I think that we've probably discussed this to death, and Madam Clerk. Okay. So the resolution is in front of you, and your opportunity to vote. Did everybody get it this time?
Yep.
Good. Okay. Okay, and that resolution carries, and it appeared on the screen. Good. It all worked. It all worked that time. Well done. Okay, so the next is 16.5 is again financial, so Treasurer Director of Finance Donna DeFilippis. It's an information report T-02-2023, and it's to deal with the 2023 interim tax bylaw. And Councillor Riley, please.
Thank you. Moved by myself, that information report T-02-2023 regarding the 2023 interim tax bylaw dated January 30th, 2023 be received for information.
And someone to second that, please. Councillor Bell. Any discussion on this item? Okay. Madam Clerk. Well done. That resolution carries. 16.6 is something coming back to us as requested. Elections Assistant Justin Palov and Director of Legislative Services and Clerk Joanne Shime, recommendation report C-01-2023, which is an update to report number C-07-2022 regarding non-resident hunting licenses. And Councillor Trombetta, you have the resolution.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Moved by myself that the recommendation report C-01-2023 regarding regulation of small game hunting bylaw, pheasant and rabbit hunting in the Township of West Lincoln dated January 30th, 2023 be received, and that the Ministry of Natural Resources, or two, that the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry be advised of the Township of West Lincoln's request to repeal bylaw 2010-37, and three, upon written confirmation of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry that the bylaw 2010-37 be repealed.
So we need a seconder for that resolution. Councillor Broderick, thank you. All right, any questions or comments on that? Seeing none? Madam Clerk. And that resolution is lost. Okay. Not sure where that leaves you, Madam Clerk, but it is what it is. Okay, comes back again another time. So 16.7 is CAO Bev Henry Employment Recognition, and so Madam CAO.
So thank you very much. I'm pleased to report that Jessica Dyson, our deputy clerk, has been very busy with AMCTO courses and completed the Employment Law and Human Resource for Municipalities course this past semester, and also completed the Municipal Accounting and Finance Program Unit 1, and that is for her AMCTO designation. And I get to talk about myself here. So I completed the Primer on Planning course through AMCTO, and I was really glad I did it. It was really hard, but it was good to get an idea of what our staff go through when they're going through those AMCTO courses, because they are quite comprehensive, and the course are done sort of on your own time. So, you know, I think Brian's probably very worried now about my level of knowledge, but he'll get over that. Anyway, it was a really good thing to do, and I'm very proud of the fact that I got an A.
And you should be. So congratulations to you on that. And good for you to take that on with your busy schedule and to learn more about planning. I think that we really need to congratulate Jessica as well, because she, just recently, you already congratulated her for achieving the completion of another course. So she's done very, very well. And so that's really great. Any other comments regarding our good work by staff? Okay. I don't know how any of them do it on top of their job, so there we go. So, all right, so the next item on the agenda is Councillor Bell. You have subject for discussion, elected officials remuneration and expense allowance bylaw. And it says for discussion, but you wanted to start that, so go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I wanted to bring this back for discussion because there's been a lot of changes made to the policy. Some I agree with 100%, others not so much, or I disagree. And the one that I would like to see is that the protocol account be brought up to $4,000 for each and every counselor. Okay? That's one of the things that we need to look at and discuss. And also, as I look through this, there's many other things. Reimbursement of expenses should not result in a member of council receiving any product, service, or assets for personal use or benefit or gain. That's a pretty broad statement, because the way it sits right now, I guess if we want to play by these kind of rules, I'm going to be looking for compensation for my house phone, for my internet, for my computer, for my printers. You know, I use all that stuff to do township work. So when I read that, does that mean that I can't get a printer when mine craps out, even though I've been using my own personal printer to print all this stuff to come to council with? Or do I call township every day and say, can you print page 5, 9, and 12? You know, like, that needs to be reworded and looked at again. And then if you go through the, down to F, any assets purchased using township funds remain the property of the township and must be returned to the township in the event that the individual is no longer the member of council. I disagree again. If I'm replacing my own personal printer when I purchase another one, that becomes my printer, not the township's printer. Otherwise, supply me with a printer, you know. So that needs to be looked at and discussed further. Goods that are purchased that have a life of use beyond the term of the council shall become the property of the township and return to the township at the end of the term. Again, that falls into F. It's the same idea. If it's a personal thing you're using now, why is it going back to the township? It never was theirs, even though they've had to replace it because of warrant. Unless they want to give me one now to start with, and they can have it back in 4 years. Not an issue. Corporate resources, you know, they talk about furnishings. I mean, you know, you use your own furniture in your office down there to do your own stuff. You know, chairs, they wear out quite frequently. We're not allowed to buy a chair. Like, I don't see what's wrong with getting a chair once every 4 years, 5 years, whatever it may be. But according to this, you can't have one. So that needs to be looked at, you know. Okay, home office furniture, what I just spoke about, it's not eligible for expenses. I think it needs to be eligible for expenses, and it can be, you know, because above that, they talk about stationery, office, and supplies, printing supplies, but they're not specific. It's a very general context, but yet other things, they're very specific, you can't have. So I'm looking for answers. Can I get things that I need for my office to do my job in the township? Or are they going to supply stuff to me? You know, so. I don't know, just. Okay, the other ones, we were talking about phones being issued. I personally don't want a township phone, and I know there's other councilors that don't want a township phone. Yet, they will pay $40 for the phone because they get that rate with their phone. They can get a special rate of $40 for a phone bill. Well, I don't have that luxury, and I'm sure there's no other councilors.
So just to interrupt on that one point, that was amended and changed to be $100, that you can have your phone reimbursed?
Well, I read that down further, but it wasn't very clear that, so I can submit my phone bill for $100.
For $100.
Okay. And what about your internet and stuff now?
I think people have been asking for internet. Yeah. Yeah.
So they're both separate issues? Okay, because this don't have that in there. And this was the policy from 2022, so.
Yes, it was a new policy
yeah.
that just came out. It was replacing a policy, I think, from
I seen the one,
2002 or something.
I
so-
seen the one that CEO sent out, but wasn't clear on that services, okay. The other thing that they talk about is the eligibility per diem, $60 for attendance at seminars, conferences, conventions, more than one day. Well, if you go for a day, you still got to have your lunch and whatever, you know.
So I think,
We should be able to submit a bill for that.
yeah, you can do that, Councillor. I think what you're looking at there is, for example, unlike you and I, who are retired, if Councillor Trombetta would be a good example, if he were having to use work days to go, we obviously, he's being paid as a councillor to go to do that, but he also receives that, it's a pittance, I'll agree, but it's a small amount, but that is the agreed-upon amount that he would have as an extra per diem amount to compensate for his lost wages on that day. Does it compensate? Absolutely no, but it is something that the rest of us don't apply for. So if Councillor Trombetta, and again, or Councillor Broderick, since she's also working, if they were to take work time, then that would be a top-up to their time.
So I think we need to look at that for the people that are working. I mean,
So maybe
$60
moving forward, but this is a brand-new policy, but we'll let others discuss as well if people have
I agree,
other
it's brand
comments.
new, but it's obsolete. Sorry. It needs to be reopened and readdressed and brought back instead of waiting. I don't want to wait 3 years. It needs to be dealt with. So, anyway, my questions again.
Couple more minutes if you need them.
Should be directed to you. And then
Okay, hold on, folks.
when I read this, all questions and concerns regarding this policy and procedure should be directed to the CAO for consideration and action as required. So I guess that's where this is being directed to the CAO, because that comes in later on. That's kind of my comments with most of the things that need to be done, but this whole policy needs to be reviewed by council, and it needs to be addressed. There's a lot of things that are, it's one-sided. That's what it is. It's strictly one-sided. Senior management that wrote this didn't take a lot of things into consideration. I understand what they're saying in a lot of things, but there's a lot of things they didn't take into consideration. So we need to discuss it, and we need to amend this sooner than later.
Thank you. Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Bell. There's a lot to digest in that. I think if I could speak to one thing in particular, as Mayor Ganana, you heard tonight, many of us will attend conferences to help, become, I guess, better counselors. We take workshops, we do things on our own time that we aren't compensated for. And so until, like Councilor Bell is talking about, even with the upping of our current protocol, and I'm going to have the Director of Finance give the maybe the specific of what the current protocol count is, because I don't think it's a substantial amount of money he's asking to be increased here. But I guess looking at what we just came out of with Roma, and then we have AMO in the summer, I know between those two conferences, that's probably going to come pretty close, if not completely max my protocol, to be able to attend there. I have a town phone, so that, the phone itself is also expensed from that as well. Not the device itself. The device goes back to the municipality, but the monthly fee, whatever it is, pretty small, I think, comes out of that there. So I'm certainly not opposed to having, maybe referring this back to budget and having that looked at to see if we can make room to grow that opportunity so we can better serve our community. Not want to be in a situation where the protocol account, prevents or discourages anybody from participating and advocating for the community outside of our regular council chambers, because that is a very important thing, and we've seen hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, come to our municipality due to our efforts of staff and council and the mayor's role advocating at those different avenues. I don't really know as far as the rest of the specifics go. I think there's a lot of great questions there and a lot of great dialogue. Again, I don't really, I guess maybe staff could speak to the changes. I guess I want to also say what we had originally was a very we didn't really, I don't think what I took away, the policy we had before was kind of just like what was been done historically. This was a brand new revamp with a little bit more defined purpose and use of what can actually be expense and what cannot be expense. Like, for example, in this policy, you can't expense alcohol, you can't expense entertainment. I don't think we really had those clear definitions in our original policy. So this policy is a little bit more defined. Is there room to make some adjustments, make some changes? I think we're always open to review and what that could look like, and ensure that what's being compensated is stuff that's specifically related to council business. I would totally support that. Anything that's going to help you and help any member of council connect with the community. I would fully support. I think, the more accessible and the more available we can be, you're never going to find a better champion, I think, than myself to say, hey, listen, if that's going to help us, help the community, by all means. But I want to make sure that they're realistic. But I also think, I kind of wonder if this is something that whether we have the full discussion now, or maybe we have this brought back at budget. Yeah, is it budget? So
Well, you don't want it to come back at budget. Staff are really, really busy with
Is
budget
it? Okay,
right now.
so then I feel like if we want to be specific, I have no problem supporting, maybe I'll go to to you, Madam Mayor, to our Director of Finance. Can you just confirm what the actual councillor protocol, I know the mayor's protocol is significantly more, what the actual councillor protocol value is?
Thank you, because that's where I was going to direct you back. That was the question
Yes, that
in
was the
that
original
preamble.
question. I was trying to address a little bit of everything that was mentioned
So just really
there.
looking at that.
Yes, through you, Mayor Gannon, to Councillor Riley. The 2022 protocol per councillor was $3,160, I believe.
Okay.
We are applying a 2% increase to that, as we are to most of our operating lines. So that would come out to $3,220 each. If you were to increase that to $4,000 each, you're looking at a budget impact of approximately $4,661.
That's for the 6 councillors. Do you by
Yes.
chance have offhand what the mayor's protocol balance would be? Just so we can kind of show the community like what the difference is in terms of, is it, you have it right there?
One of the policies.
I know it's just shy of almost 3 times the amount that a councillor's is, and that's
No.
just how it's done, no?
No.
It's not almost $9,000?
I don't know.
Through you, Mayor Gannon, to Councillor Riley, it's over 8,000. I don't have the number
Okay,
exactly.
so I rounded up a little bit. I
Yeah,
think it's
you're
almost
right, sorry.
8,500 or 8,400, if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken.
Well, I don't have any idea.
No, I know.
But I will say, in defense, having just attended Roma, that the hotels have gone up and the cost of fees to go to the conference have gone up significantly. And so if there is any way that it can be upped enough to allow for that, that certainly, when we're encouraging people to go and to take part, then, we do want to make sure that they're not depleting things immediately through that. There are other things that obviously come out of that account. Councillor Chichok wants to speak, so we'll let her speak while you're comparing notes with the CAO.
Just real quick, I was just you've stole my thunder, Madam Mayor. It is very expensive to go to these, but when I found that the Attorney General was sitting there nodding his head and saying, yes, we will retroactively, because you people were one of the early adapters in one of the issues that we wanted, the province wanted municipalities to do, he acknowledged, recognized that, and agreed to send you a letter saying the exact same thing, that we, as early adapters, would not be excluded from the funding that was coming from the province. So I saw the value of being at Roma, and quite frankly, I've been hesitant to go in the past, being prudent with the township's money. So I just want to say that it's the value of that conference was there, because it was $250,000 that we got a promise from the province to give to us. We'll see whether it comes. I know the CAO is sitting there. I've been fortunate to see the same money promised and letters to be promised over and over again, but I'm thinking that this group would tell us only the truth. Anyway, my point was that I do have a lot of reports, and I do apologize, but I'm seeing that some of the reports were the reports that went to council, but were not necessarily adopted. So when Councillor Riley is asking what different things are, it may be a little confusing about what actually got approved. So maybe we do need time to understand what the numbers are. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just was reading what I had in front of me. Thank you.
But it is the appropriate time before budget, because that's a budgetary item. So in spite of the fact that our salaries are kind of set, our protocol account can change year to year based on the budget. So maybe that is time to look at that for sure. Now, all of your other questions, you actually had
Yes, and I
conference
got
there
an
with
up-
our CAO
I
and
do.
Madam CAO.
So- Oh, sorry, so.
Do you have an answer?
Yeah, so as far as I was asking about the mayor's protocol account in comparison to ours. So from what we have in the report here, it says 8220. I guess we add 2% to that, and that puts us just under 8,400. And again, this is just what we've always allowed for the mayors. And I think historically, if I'm not mistaken, the CEO and the mayor has been the front runners to go to most of these things. And more recently, we're trying to get more members of council to be involved, to be strong advocates at these. And so I think I would agree with Councillor Bell that I think it's time we maybe raise that a little bit, the whatever you mentioned, 4,000, so whatever that difference could be, if we can make that accommodation, I think that would help offset some of those expenses and ensures that, we're still able to accurately represent. And then as far as, I guess, Madam Mayor, if you're possibly suggesting, or maybe not suggesting, but recommending that maybe we put a motion forward tonight, if that is the will of council, then I have no problem putting that motion tonight to address that particular item there, as far as if, just putting it up and making it an even 4,000, I don't think is an unrealistic ask. And then if anybody else wants to make any other suggestions or recommendations, they can. But right now, that would be what I would ask moving forward. I know the Councillor Bell had mentioned something about the concerns around some of the parameters that are on things like phones and internet. So I don't know if he's looking to maybe. Are you looking, so through you, Madam Mayor, to maybe Councillor Bell, are you hoping that maybe we just remove those restrictions because the protocol account itself is almost like the limit? Because we can't go above whatever the protocol account is, so you just want to remove some of the restrictions within the restricted amount of money? Is that what I'm understanding?
So those at this point in time would be subject to, those would be the kinds of things that Councillor Bell would be able to clarify through the CAO. I think that's why that.
Well, he was speaking
Is that the
specifically to the, I think at one point, the phone
Right,
and
but
the
we're not-
internet.
But we're not, he knows he can charge his phone, and he
Yeah.
knows he can do the internet. The difference is those limits, but that's the
Okay.
clarification that can come from the CAO in terms
Okay.
of that. But we're not tonight going to reopen a policy that we
No,
just.
we're not
that we
repealing the
just-
policy, but we do, if we're making any suggestions or recommendations or direction, that in itself, even if we're changing the numerical value of that policy, then that is still partly reopening it in that capacity, because you'd be changing what the threshold
No.
is, would it not be?
No.
We're not changing the definitions, we're changing just the,
No, there's nothing in there that we're changing, because the protocol policy that we're talking about, that protocol amount, is a budgetary item. It has nothing to do with the policy. It's not in our policy that we get X number of dollars.
okay. So then what are
Right.
you asking, or what are you suggesting we address tonight? Because that's now.
I
you've
think
lost me.
we make sure that the treasurer, so if you want a resolution that says to our treasurer that you would like to up the protocol policy, that's a budgetary number that we're
Okay.
putting forward from council, asking for a consideration at budget time.
Okay, sure, then we'll
Right?
go with
Is
that. Then we'll go with that, yes.
So that's what you want, right?
Yes,
Okay.
perfect. Yeah, if we could go do that, and then
Okay.
let other members of council
So
chime
I
in.
think I think that our clerk was looking at that. Okay, but before we get to that, Councilor Trombetta has been waiting to speak.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And remember when this policy came forward, there were some things I had to, and I thank for the members here, because there were some items that I didn't like, and I know how the vote was going in that aspect. I know how I wanted to vote, but I voted because that was the only thing I could save on this. I do believe Councillor Bell is wanting to reopen this policy. I think it should come back at a later date. We reopen the policy, we amend the policy, because there are some things in here that need to be amended. And I will support amending some of the policies that are in this report. I want the caps removed completely, because I think that's irrelevant for the job that we do. We are the governing body, and we are responsible for ourselves. So that's going to be one. Madam Mayor, if I am doing council business, if I'm somewhere in the United States and I'm a member of, the public does call me, I answer my phone, I answer my emails.
I answered mine too when you
And
called
you
me
answered
in
yours
New
too,
Hampshire.
and you even answered me in Switzerland,
I
I
did.
remember that. So those are things
I did not
that,
charge the municipality.
those are things that are important to the constituents out there, is that I can't not call them back a week later or 2 weeks later because I went on a holiday. They want the answer there, or a member of council, or I might have to tie into a Zoom meeting of an important special council meeting across the seas, and you can do that with today's day and age. So the policy does need to be amended. I think there's a lot of restrictions around the policy, but again, we govern ourselves, and we are the ones who are definitely responsible ourselves. And again, this is all public knowledge, and this goes to the public. So if Councillor Bell wants to reopen this policy, I think he should come back at another date for opening the policy. We can go to the Director of Finance to up the policy this evening. Let's book a date this evening, Councillor Bell, and we'll dissect this on the day that you would like to
Okay, so
have.
So not necessarily on the day that he would like to have, because we
Well,
have to
it's
make
going to
it.
be the will of council,
Yeah.
the day that we would like to see it come back, so.
Exact, but we do need to be considerate of the fact we're moving
That's
into
up to
budget time.
again, Madam Mayor, that's council's decision, what we feel best the day they'll come back in accordance with staff, we will.
With accordance
we'll-
with staff.
okay,
Thank
we
you
will
for
fi-
adding that.
We will find out what is best to come back at a reasonable date. I understand budgets are coming up, we're all aware of that, but we can fit this in to come back and hash this out. If we have to have another meeting to hash this out for the essence of time, we can do that.
We can do that. So we have actually two things here. One is to give direction to our treasurer, our director of finance, that we would like to have a budget consideration made in terms of the protocol account. That's first and foremost. So let's deal with that part first. Okay,
Sure.
so I think that
Councillor
Joanne
Bell,
was getting something.
Councillor Riley put that motion
Well,
forward?
I have no problem putting that motion forward, but that was in compliment of Councillor Bell's
Yeah, it was both of
suggestion.
you.
we
So
both
one can move it, one can second it.
yeah, absolutely.
But we just need our clerk to be put ready, so.
Okay.
Madam Mayor,
Go ahead, while we're waiting.
while we're waiting, I think that when we look at the mayor's protocol account, we need to remember that that includes a number of things that are sent on behalf of the town. And I'm not being favoring you, but I know that when there's sympathy or any other kinds of things that have to be sent, those are done under the mayor's protocol account. So it's not that your protocol account is almost double of what a councillor's is.
No.
So I think we need to pay attention to that, and the requirement to go to a lot of fundraisers or various other events on behalf of the town, not fundraisers, but events, are also included that. And I would defend that difference, and I don't want the public to think that you've got some well of funding to support your position. So, and oftentimes, Madam Mayor, in the past, with mayors that have been there and yourself, you've already shown that you will offer those opportunities to members of council. So I just needed that out there because people may be listening. Thanks.
Thank you. And this is a resolution looking for a councillor's salary. I didn't hear any, or not salary, but protocol account. I did not include on purpose the mayor's. I think it's ample for the time being. If it's not, there's another year or two or three, whatever, we'll look at it at that point. But for this year, I see that it's fine, so. Councillor Rayner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I fully agree with everybody, especially Councillor Bell, who's breaking it all down. There is a lot of additional time that councillors spend doing things, getting calls from constituents, driving over to their place, driving where we have to. We do not submit a bill for the wear and tear, the fuel on our vehicles, or the time we spent doing all that stuff. So consequently, our protocol account is not very large. If we move it to 4,000, it's certainly not a significant increase. But I would like to see more flexibility with regards to the policy because it's protocol for that councillor. So as long as it's used for the business of the Township of West Lincoln, then they should be flexible to use that protocol account without restriction. In other words, the internet and the cell phone, as long as you work it in within the budget that you're allowed, which would be the 4,000, shouldn't be a problem. The other thing is you're ordering supplies or office equipment or whatever it is for the necessity of doing your work as a councillor. And to me, because we're using it and everything else, as Councillor Bell mentioned, some stuff we use, some stuff we wear out, some stuff we just use. I think it should all just remain the property of the councillor. It's not a significant amount of money to start with, but we're buying this, that, and the other. It's at the discretion of the councillor where he wants to spend the money, but there is also guidelines as the approval is when you submit then the director or whoever it is in finance will approve it and reimburse you for whatever it is that you've spent with your office equipment. So it's already gone past the review of the finance department. So you're already using it with approval for office use. So when you're finished with it, you're finished with it. Returning stuff at the end of a term, to me, is crazy. And we're not talking a lot of money here. It's not as if we're buying cars or we're doing a whole bunch of other stuff. I mean, it's basically mostly just the necessities of being able to efficiently operate under the restrictions that we have as a counselor, as compared to a lot of other places, such as Hamilton, who has secretaries in our office buildings, and they have everything else, and they make $100,000 plus a year. I mean, we have a very limited budget for protocol, and we have a very limited salary for what we do. And a lot of the time we do, we're not compensated for it. And there was an article in the paper a little while ago with regards to one counselor from the seat of Hamilton, no longer a counselor, Brenda Johnson, who was in the Hamilton paper saying that she has submitted something like over $10,000 in just mileage because she lives in the rural ward of my area, Glenbrook and everything else, just going to see constituents. She had submitted huge numbers with regards to expense for vehicles. We don't have any of that stuff. We eat it ourselves.
Exactly.
So in a sense, we've already compensated for whatever value of the goods of the articles that we had purchased for working for the township are in other things that we don't get compensated for. So let's not nickel and dime us to death. Let's just be practical and fair, but that would happen under the policy changes, not what you're asking tonight, correct?
Exactly, thank you.
So I just that was just complimenting what the other counselors were saying. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, so let's deal with part one, which is what we were doing to start with, unless somebody has another comment on part one, which is just, Shelley, do you want to speak on that? Thank you. Councilor Bradrick.
So just some clarification through you, Mayor, to the Director of Finance. My math is not my strength. So if we were to go to a $4,000 protocol account, is that approximately 8% increase? Director of Finance? Mathematician? Right? %8 increase from our current, yeah. Sorry to put you on the spot.
No. Through you, Mayor Ganon, to Councillor Bradrick, I get 24%. I don't know.
Well, you're probably
I
right.
get 24% increase. It's $777 approximately.
So just a comment on that to this council, that certainly will be soon sitting down for budget deliberations with other requests and with costs increasing. I will have a difficult time in supporting an increase of such a high percentage to this protocol account.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay. You ready? Okay, so, Councillor Dow, last call.
So with that being said, it sounds like a lot, but as Councilor Riley said, 2 conventions and his present protocol is gone. Okay, which is, I'm just going to round the number out, it's $3,200. He goes to 2 conventions, his money is gone. Everything else he does for the balance of the year is out of his pocket. That's the reason we're asking for $4,000, so that we can go to conventions and be part of the community, do what's right for them. Just what you guys learn. I've been to the conventions in Toronto, and they were great, and you learn a lot. And I think the councilors that went this term, they'll say the same thing. It was well worth it. We got ourselves out there before a lot of the ministers, and hopefully it's going to reap benefits for our community. So that's one of the main reasons that we're looking for $4,000.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we're ready to vote.
One last word. I get what Councillor Bradrick is saying, and I think the unfortunate thing when we look at percentages, especially the smaller the amount of money is, any kind of increase is going to look staggering. It's going to look substantial. But when you look at the value that what we've gotten from these conferences that you, Madam Mayor, myself, and other members of council have attended, is literally hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not more, and other support from the province and other avenues through different agencies of funding that we've been able to advocate and stand up for. So when we talk about a percentage on a small amount of money, it sounds like a lot, but when you look at the value of what it actually brings back, it's going to be a fraction of less than maybe a quarter of an actual percent in over everything else we bring back, if not even smaller. So I get the concern about when we're going to look at things at percentages, but the reality is what is the actual cost? You know, if we're making $3 and we put our wage up $1, well, now that's a 25% increase, right? And so again, percentages can be easily distorted or misrepresented. It's not the actual true value of what it actually is. And when you compare it to everything else we do, I guarantee it's probably less than 0.01%. So anyways, I just wanted to put that out there for clarity.
Thank you for your comments. Okay. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The resolution that I've come up with is that the protocol account allocated to councillors be increased to $4,000 for 2023, and that staff be directed to report back at a future committee meeting with respect to the members of council expense policy to address various requirements, reimbursement maximums, and allowed expenses, etc.
Okay, so you've put it in two parts then. So
If you'd like it separate, I can do that too.
I actually would, I think, like it separated.
Okay,
If you would
that's
do that,
fine.
please, and let's keep it pure, so that, because I know Madam CAO wished to address a few points too, so.
No problem. So I will
So
say that
only on the protocol?
on the protocol, that
And
the
it's a
protocol account
recommendation to,
allocate to
Budget.
councillors be increased to $4,000 for 2023.
okay, so that's what the vote will be. So we need a mover, which is Councillor Bell, right, since you brought that up first, Councillor? And Councillor Riley, you're prepared to second that because?
For clarity, it says for 2023, but it's for 2023 and on, correct?
I understood
each
from the
year-
treasurer, she's increasing it each year.
Okay, so that's where we
Yeah.
want to verify, it's not just for 2023 and then we revert back.
Well, then, you would revert
No.
back. It would be the automatic 2% that the treasurer would likely be applying, just as she was prepared to apply already,
It's never
right?
going to go back to 32.
It's a budgetary item. The protocol account is always budgetary.
All right.
So you're asking for an increase in that, and that's what this is about. Is that okay? Everybody got that clear?
Yeah, so the new budget will be $4,000. Next year, if so seen by the treasurer, it'll be a 2% increase.
That
Is
is
that
what the
what I-
treasurer looks
is
to
that what I
apply to
understand now?
things generally. However, that's not part of this. This protocol account is year by year.
Yeah.
So if next year you find that everything's gone up too much and you want to come back, then you come back again with another request.
What I'm saying is that'll be the base rate. Now, we're going to go from the 30, say
Yeah,
3,200 for argument's sake. We are now going to go to 4,000, so next year it'll start at 4,000. 24 will be 4,000, depending on, it could come back. That's all I'm saying.
Hopefully we don't need it.
No, I don't think so.
Director, please, would you clarify?
Through you, Mayor Ganan. So my understanding from the discussion this evening, the 2023 budget would see each councillor's protocol increase to $4,000. Subsequent budgets, we always apply an inflation factor. Traditionally, it's been 2%. So in 2024, based on past practice, that would be increased by 2%. That's based on past practice. I don't think there's a need to come again to say, oh, now we want it 4,300 or, unless the 4,000 is really not enough.
Thank you. Okay, clear, everybody? Fair enough.
You're doing two parts, right? This one.
This is two parts. This is the first part, only the protocol to keep it straight. Okay,
Do you want me to open it up?
please open the vote.
I'm sorry, I don't know why. Yours isn't open. You'll have to tell me.
You clicked on the right screen, because sometimes if you click on like the website, if you read it from the website, you gotta make sure you click on the e-scribe.
Yeah, I don't know why, because everybody has a little person beside them except Councillor Brown, that's what, I have no idea why. So if you would like to tell me how you want to vote, I can put it in.
Well, we know he moved it, so he's in favor.
You still got to ask though. You change your mind the last time she got out.
Okay, so that resolution carries. And the second part of this discussion had more to do with policy. And so we have an existing policy, so
We're looking to amend.
we're looking to amend at some point in time. So let's get that separately on the floor.
And I don't think it's gonna take more than an hour. We can meet at any time.
Joanne,
Okay.
do you want to do a setup? Okay, please do a setup. Thank you.
I just,
Okay, so the CAO is
I'm
going
gonna
to
do a
just,
setup.
as
It's a
the
new council
clerk is
term.
getting things ready, then our CAO is going to speak.
So this is council's policy. Council has approved this policy. In the last term, we were working from an alderman protocol account policy from 2005. And we took it upon ourselves to modernize it, so to speak. And it was coordinated through our finance department, and we looked at our comparators, looked at best practices, came up with protocol amounts and guidelines that were quite consistent with what other people were doing. And we brought it to council in June, and council made some changes, or recommended some changes, and we brought it back, and it was approved, and it was now in place for the new council, so it became effective November 15th, 2022 for the new council. So as I said before, this is your policy. I don't think staff are going to guess at what you want. Tell us what you want. Pass a motion. Say if you want caps off, tell us. Except IT, please. IT is an area where we reuse Surface Pros when they come back. They're redeployed. Sometimes printers are redeployed. Those sorts of things are really important because we keep a really lean administration here, and we like to reuse things. So again, if you were to give me a list of things to amend, we would take it back and give you some advice on how that might play out. But I don't want to be sent away to review a policy where I don't know what you want me to do with it, and come back and have you tell me I did it wrong, and those sorts of things. So tell me what you want it to do.
That's why I read this tonight.
You gotta have your mic on, Terry.
That's why I itemized these items so that council could discuss them and tell you what we want. Like, you've told us what you want to do, but we don't agree with it, even though it's just come out. Like you say, office supplies. Well, what's office supplies? Paper and pens? Right.
So what you're saying is you would like some of those items defined more fully.
Yeah, like, you know.
So the bottom line is, we've run into this before. If we're going to send something back, we need to send back specifically what it is that we're questioning. So if, for example, office supplies is one, then we need a more clear definition of what's included in that umbrella, if that's what you're saying. So
We want to bring this back for discussion, so we can go through it all and discuss some items, so that Madam CEO will have a list of what we want on there.
okay, so you do realize, Counselor, that we did, many of us were here the last time, and we did have an opportunity, and as was discussed, there were some questions that people had, and they took it back, and they made those changes, and then they brought it back, and the council did, just in November, approve this policy. It doesn't mean that everybody loved it. It doesn't mean there weren't questions, but the reason that there are questions, that they say, refer. So I'm not saying we can't make amendments. I'm just saying that if there are specific kinds of things that people, if there are specific kinds of things that people are unclear about, that's when it says that you can refer to the CAO. So anyway, so we can do that, but let's just hear again what this recommendation was that the clerk put together, and see if that actually satisfies what we're looking to do.
I just changed it a bit. So. That staff be directed to report back at a future committee meeting, with respect to member of council expense policy to address various requirements, reimbursement maximums, and allowed expenses.
So is there anything,
Yeah, but that
does that cover the kinds of
don't, unless
things?
we take it in the cap.
Madam CEO?
I don't know what you want me to do.
If we could speak, we could tell you.
Excuse me.
Yeah, but if we're.
Excuse me,
Yeah, but I'm just saying-
Counselor, no, stop.
She's directing to me.
No, she was not directing to you.
she was looking at me.
Well, you took that, but she was looking and saying, if you tell me specifically what you want.
Which I thought she was directing it to me, so
Well, she
I'm not
was
sure.
not.
Well, it seemed that way, so I said if I
was
can,
not.
I will let her know.
Yeah, well.
That's not my,
You know,
Mayor
you're,
Ganel,
you
you know
know
how I
you're
am.
out of line. So let's just end it, and let's try to, find a resolution here to what we really do want. Oops, it's okay, it'll still work. It's worse.
It is. I've heard a lot of discussion around the table, but I thought that there was a want somewhere over there, and I may be wrong, that there was a want for an opportunity to discuss what it is they want. Because right now, I don't know that there's anything but individual counselors' ideas of what they want. And I'd hate to go around the circle at this point, on and on, trying to determine that this is the common ground. I thought we were doing this at another time. Was I wrong?
Okay, I think that we were looking to go back, so.
Okay.
Now you may, Counselor.
Sorry, it was, I thought she was directing it to me, and I was saying I was waiting patiently, Madam Mayor, to answer. I understand I understand where the CAO is coming from. She doesn't know what to go through unless we give her direction. I understand that totally. So there's two things we can do here. Either we go through it all tonight, or we have to come back and maybe have something on the agenda or a special council meeting to go through it all. What else are we gonna do? I know what I want, and Joanne actually put it in there. So, but I don't know what anybody else wants, so I'm satisfied with that, but that might not satisfy everybody. So there's a couple options here. Either we have a special council meeting, and it's probably only take an hour to go through this, or it's gotta come to another committee meeting.
So the vote is whether you want another meeting or not, because I
I think
don't
this is,
see it
I think
taking
this is
out.
important to all members of council. I don't
It
think
is
they're gonna be opposed to having an hour meeting if they have to, but I'm just saying, mine got covered through the motion that the clerk has written. So,
Okay,
I don't know about everybody else. If they wanna add to it, then they can go back to staff, and it's easier for staff to come back to us. Mine's in there, so.
okay, you're good.
I'm good.
Thank you. Counselor Bell.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Mayor. I thought we were voting on the one item for the.
We voted on protocol. We dealt with that
and
issue.
we were going to pick a date to bring this back at the next finance meeting or whatever.
At
That's-
some point in time, but
that's
not
what-
not at the next finance meeting, but because of budget. But at some point in time, it can come back for discussion if that's the desire of council, for sure.
That's
But
where I thought
the
we were going.
resolution right now is just simply to address some of, to give direction to staff to what they're going to come back to. So, obviously, they don't want to come back and discuss from A to B, just one second, please, from A to B, but, all the way through. But if there are specific areas that we wish them to look at, that's what this resolution is trying to address. So we'll get,
Who's gonna tell staff what the areas are we're looking at?
well, that's what we were looking to fill in, briefly. Not number this, number that, but generally what we're concerned about. Okay.
So
Go ahead,
thank you,
Councilor
Madam
Riley.
Mayor. So I think where we got off the rails here a bit is that was what we were originally going through, and then our CEO gave the suggestion that perhaps we could be specific, but I don't think we were asking for staff to come back with changes. We were looking to give them to come back with a date of when we can have a fulsome discussion about this. And I think that's where the two worlds kind of got collided,
think so,
because there
too.
was, I said we were going forward just to have this discussion another day, because we're trying to be respectful of everyone's time. It's already 20 after 9. And then that suggestion, I think there might have been a misunderstanding that we were hoping that they would come back with changes. No, that was not what I took away from it. So at this point, if we get consensus, I think we just go forward with having staff find whatever time is necessary in the future, whether that's next month, next week, a few months from now, however that's going to work. Maybe not a few months from now, but then that way we go and we deal with this conversation then. Because I'd like to actually look through the policy again and actually understand where some of the confusion is, because again, this is not an item that we really on the agenda. This was just
No.
come up for general discussion, so I don't think any of us are
Exactly.
fully informed to make beyond what we've already done here. So
Agreed.
I would be in favor of just having this come back and we can deal with a more fulsome discussion then.
So, but in terms of that, the resolution that we have, that was started but not completed, just sort of identifies some broad areas of concern, so that staff, in fairness, have an opportunity to look at the parts that are most concerning. Not every particular detail.
I'm
but
fine with what-
the broad things.
And so I am, just to be clear, I am fine with just what we had there very vaguely as kind of like a Kickstarter.
It is
but-
just a Kickstarter.
But then come back and actually have a fulsome conversation.
Councillor Rayner, I saw your hand. What would you like to say?
Yeah, thank you. I agree with Councillor Riley, but to me, it's not bringing it to staff to have them think about it. It's what councillors here want to change that we are not happy with. That's what I think it amounts to. Like I said, we keep the ceiling at 4,000, and as long as the amount within that is utilized for the purpose of the work that we do as a councillor, we take the caps off. If we spend more on the internet or on the phone because of whatever we're doing, we shouldn't be restricted. If we want to buy whatever we need to run our office in order to be able to do what we need to do as a councillor, as long as it's within that guidelines, that should be our choice as responsible elected officials responsible to the public. That's our allocation to look after the basic needs and wants of our constituents, and that's what we need to run efficiently. And it should be just up to us how we want to do it. And that's what we've done in the past. And like I said, it's been approved or not approved when you submit it. If they approve it, then they refund whatever it cost you to buy whatever you needed in your office, and we move forward. And that's the end of it. So that's all I want. I don't want it to go back to staff for them to come back to us with another alternative. We just want to make the changes that we want as councillors so that it makes it more efficient for us, and we know the most because we're the ones doing it. So that's all we want. So if you want to set a meeting up for another time, which is what Councillor Riley said and what Councillor Bell said, then that's fine. Let's have a meeting and just take that allocated time, as Councillor Trombetta said, an hour or whatever. Here's what each person got, put it together, and we vote on it. And if that's it, then that's the changes we make. We don't waste staff's time on it or anything. We just amend it. We're done. It's simple.
Do you have the resolution?
I do, and I have a,
Do you want to say anything further?
I have a time frame, but again, I'm trying to work around budget here, so.
Good, thank you.
So the resolution I have, that staff be directed to include the member of council expense policy on the April Administration Finance Fire Committee meeting for discussion in order to address various requirements, reimbursement maximums, and allowed expenses.
Okay, so before we go any further, the question is, we have a time selected and suggested. Do you want it to be part of an agenda of an open session or a business meeting of some sort, a committee meeting? Or do you wish it to be a discussion, which is the alternative before the resolution goes as a special council meeting where that's the only thing that we discuss?
I would be in favor, assuming you're looking at me.
I see you have,
I'd be in favor of just adding it to a meeting. I don't think we need to create more work for staff to create a separate meeting. I don't think that's really I could be wrong, and I'm the only one voice and one vote here, but I would just be in favor of just putting it on a future meeting that's coming up, and that way we can kind of like hit two birds with one stone there. Like we don't need to draw out a whole special meeting just for that.
Okay. Councillor Trombetta, your thoughts?
This can come after budget. This can
Absolutely.
This can come in May. Like, it doesn't matter. It could come in the summertime. But we can, let's not cloud this before budget. I think we have budgets more expensive. Nothing is going to change from now to May. So if you want, is May a good date, or April after budget?
I'm just going to add, in April, we do have the regional police are coming. We've already invited them. They've already confirmed. So they will be attending the April Administration Finance Fire
So
Committee
the
meeting as an appointment.
request, Madam Mayor, to put it on my May administration
Yeah.
meeting.
May's more suitable for?
The administration meeting at May, if
That's
possible.
perfect. If not later, if need be, I don't think there's something we need to sweat about.
Well, if it gets too busy, by the time we're getting close to that and it needs to be changed. we
If
can do
that's the
that.
will of Madam CAO, if that's okay with your staff.
So the way I understand it is that we're going to be referring this topic back to that meeting. It'll just come as this policy, and you will provide motions for the things that you want to change.
We will have more.
I would think that would be the.
That's fine. That's
We're not
excellent.
expecting resolutions or changes made by staff. That will be the opportunity to just more thoroughly discuss that.
If it's the will of council, is May okay, Madam Mayor?
May's fine with me.
I see
So,
some.
so let's,
Yeah, May's good. Let's get working on getting cleaned up.
do you want to read it again? Okay. Shall we,
That's-
just one last kick at the can in terms of this resolution, folks, so.
That staff be directed to include the member of council expense policy on the May Administration Finance Fire Committee meeting for discussion in order to address various requirements, reimbursement maximums, and allowed expenses.
Thank you. So we need a mover for that. Counselor Bell and a seconder, Counselor Rayner. Okay, and the vote.
And hopefully everybody can vote.
Okay, counselors, the vote's there for you. Hopefully everybody got it.
Oops, sorry, I forgot to click.
Okay. And so that resolution is also carried. And 16.9, Counselor Rayner, you have that. Also for discussion.
Yes, thank you. I brought this in front of council tonight out of sheer frustration.
Your mic's on.
Your mic's not on. Start again, Mike.
Thank you.
Mike, your mic.
I brought this forward tonight because of frustration that I've been experiencing with regards to illumination on the corner of Regional Road. Well, it's Highway 20 and Caister Center Road. For a number of months, I have asked Public Works with regards to the light that is on Highway 20 on the northeast side, be moved to the southeast side where the actual road is, because at night, when the light was on, it's still very difficult to see that intersection. The Director of Public Works, if you could speak on that through you, Madam Chair, with regards to discussions you've had with the region on what the process was over the years and what basically we're at this point.
So, Mr. Director,
Yep,
please.
sure, through the mayor to Councillor Rayner. So, yeah, when I received the request from the councillor, just wanted to provide a little bit of background on regional roads. Historically, a lot of the streetlights on regional roads are owned by the local area municipalities. And back in 2009, the region did a sustainability review, and there was a recommendation that the region start to take on street lighting on regional roads, because illumination is a function of road design. It should be under their jurisdiction. When the request came in to move the lighting from the north side to the south side, that luminaire is a township light on a regional road. So I thought this would be a good opportunity to reach out to the region, because what the region has been doing is whenever they reconstruct the roadway or fix the segment of road, they will address the street lighting at that time and take ownership of it. They haven't implemented a process to take on street lighting throughout the region. So when the request came in to move the street light to the south side, I reached out to the region to take this opportunity to say, can you guys look at the warrants for illumination at this intersection and light it up properly and take ownership of it? The region did get back to me recently on January the 19th, which was just a week ago or so, and they advised that the warrants for illumination at that intersection, they advised that illumination does not meet warrants. They did their own review. I believe the light bulb has since burnt out since that time, so when I found out that the region feels that the intersection does not meet warrants, we put in a work order to our service provider, and the light bulb was changed, and that was changed as of today. So I hear your frustration, but yeah, I tried my best to get the region to take on their responsibility to illuminate a regional road.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the Director. This has been going on for a number of months where you've been trying to get the information from the region, and it's only now, after months of this discussion going on, that you finally get a letter from them. The part that you said the illumination should be responsible for the road, it was only 2 years ago that they redid that whole highway section, millions of dollars with brand-new pavement all the way from Westbrook to Caister Center Road is actually where it stopped. So at that point, if they're looking at illumination, they actually rebuilt that entire highway from that section. Would you have not thought that if they weren't responsible for that light, they would have indicated that to us, or they would have taken on that responsibility? What do you recommend is the next step then with regards to taking ownership? If they came out in 2009 with this responsibility, would you advise, would it be better, for example, if I asked Regional Councillor Witteveen if he could contact the region to find out what's going on with this? The other thing that I'm very surprised with, extremely surprised with, I have gone to that intersection at 10 o'clock at night or 9 o'clock at night. It is pitch black. And if you're going 80 kilometers, which is the speed limit on Highway 20, and I've lived out there for 40 years, I'm not sure where that intersection is. I'm putting the brakes on a highway to get rear-ended and trying to find where that corner is. Most of the corners out in Ward 1 at least have a light on every intersection. I can be driving down 20 Road and I will know where the next crossroad is because there's a light there. That tells me that there's an intersection there. And that's on a regular 20 Road, which has 1 car an hour at 10 o'clock at night. We got Highway 20 and we've got the region saying that's not a safety factor. I'm surprised, and that's why I'd like it to go back to Councillor Witteveen. Who in the heck thought that you don't have to put an illumination light on a highway on an intersection? If you want to take it one step further, if you go down Caister Center Road, the very same road, to Regional 65, which is a regional road on the intersection just south of Caister Central School, there are actually 2 lights on that intersection. There's one on the northeast corner and one on the southwest corner. So how would Regional 65, which has a fair volume of traffic, justify 2 lights when Highway 20 doesn't justify any lights? So the logic using the same road, only a few kilometers down, contradict each other. So the whole thing doesn't make sense. If Councillor Witteveen can get clarification on why they do not think to me, that's a safety factor. Somebody could get rear-ended, somebody could get in a serious car crash. It is blacker than the ace of spades out there, and that light on the other side doesn't light, that's a highway, doesn't light very well that intersection on the south side because the light is on the north side. And the pole is there, all it's got to do is be moved. So we need to know about the ownership. If the region says you're going to take ownership of the regional road, can Councillor Witteveen get clarification then when they propose to do that? Because the Director of Public Works said that they had admitted that they want to take responsibility for the regional roads. So that should go back to the regional road and it should be moved. And why did they feel it wasn't safe to have a light on that corner? I'm puzzled by the whole thing. To me, this is a safety factor, and anything you do in any business, safety is the #1 priority. We have a potential accident situation there that's easily corrected by proper lighting, and the region said it's not necessary. That doesn't add up.
Thank you. Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I just want to remind Councillor Rayner that we do have more than one regional councillor, so I don't necessarily think it just has to be on Councillor Witteveen by any means. We have our mayor as well that sits at the region. But I did want to mention, I understand the concern, and I have a concern as well. I've reached out to staff and have reported a concern to an intersection in our community as well by using the report a concern link on our website. But again, I understand that there's warrants that are required and that they're doing their, they're doing their, assumably, due diligence and reviewing these, and these are just not being made just at the kitchen sink. And so again, I get where you're coming from, and I understand the concern, but I think, at the same time, maybe the director could speak a little bit more specific to, so through Madam Mayor to the director, could you maybe explain a little bit more to what goes into determining whether or not an intersection requires or to be illuminated, to not be illuminated. And then one thing I do want to mention before you speak there is, we do know historically, things have not always been done the way they should be. And so you might be seeing an intersection that might have got a little bit extra, or the rules change, you know, through the Ministry of Transportation and everything else. Sometimes they change the requirements over time, and then sometimes things just get neglected. So this could be a combination of factors, but if maybe the director could speak just a little bit to some of the I guess, the process to what goes into determining whether or not an intersection gets lit.
Sure. Through the mayor to Councillor Riley, when the region does their illumination warrants, I believe they use or they adopted the TAC manual, Transportation Advisory Committee manual, and there are a bunch of factors. A lot of them are geometric factors, like channelization of the intersection or approaching sight distance to the intersection, horizontal, vertical curves, the number of legs at the intersection, and so a whole bunch of kind of different characteristics of the intersection. Collision, roadway classification, stuff like that. And then, you know, you do your assessment, there's a score, and the score would either tell you that illumination is not warranted, partially warranted, or fully warranted. I believe that's the process that the region follows. We've always asked the region to do warrants on our behalf. If we have concerns about how the region does their warrants, we could always, you know, we don't have that expertise or resources in-house. We could always reach out to a consultant to do their own review and see what the conclusions are. I wouldn't want to do a warrant on a regional intersection. I do think that falls under their jurisdiction.
Yeah.
But some of the concerns that have come through are in the rural area on our township. So maybe, I think there was one in particular where we asked the region to do a warrant, and they recently got back to us. And yes, illumination wasn't warranted. Maybe it's a good chance for us to get a consultant to do a review and see what kind of conclusions or what process they follow.
So if I could just do one follow-up, Madam Mayor. So perhaps if it's, I guess, I don't know if you need, I guess you probably need direction from council here. Maybe we could do that, and even just to have the peace of mind, if it's a municipal road or, you know, whether it's rural or urban, if you could review that and just kind of come back to council just kind of with an update to see how consistent it is. 'Cause I think there's also a lack of understanding and maybe even a lack of confidence of whether or not certain areas are, you know, actually meeting the threshold. We kind of are blind in the dark here. And if it's a municipal road, but they're responsible, I can understand also from a budgetary matter, they might not be prioritizing it the same way that they would prioritize a regional road. So I'd be in favor of that.
So, Council, you realize that if we're asking for another warrant to be done, that we're
Yep.
paying
And what would,
someone to do that?
do we know what, so through you, Madam Mayor, do we know
I
what a
don't know.
cost of a warrant like that would probably be? Like, are we talking about tens of thousands of dollars?
Yeah,
or a few hundred bucks?
a warrant like that would be approximately somewhere between $600 to $800.
Okay.
Okay,
So I
thank
don't
you.
think that's a,
Well, I'm just saying,
yeah,
did you
that's a
realize
great
that
question.
there's a
If
there's
it's like a
cost involved?
$20,000 review, nah, that wouldn't be worth it, but I don't think $800 on the high side is the worst idea to have, so.
So, Director, just to you, please, with the fact that it's not a through road, that Caser Center Road, you know, it doesn't go all the way through, is that a detriment to our cause, thinking that we need it to be illuminated better? Is the fact that it's not a through road, is that one of the things they'd be looking at in a warrant?
Why it doesn't warrant illumination?
Yeah, why it doesn't warrant, yeah.
Yeah, it's probably because it's, you know, the minor road, Caser Center Road, probably doesn't have a lot of traffic or
It does
stuff
have a
like
fair bit of
that.
traffic, but it's only,
Yeah, again, I can't
It's a left-hand turn or a right-hand turn, but
Yeah.
there's no through traffic.
No,
coming
I hear what
across there.
Councilor Rayner is saying, I hear his frustration, but
Yeah.
honestly, I'm not going to peer review the region's assessment and make
no,
my own
please don't.
comments.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Bell?
So, just so it's not lost, I know this is taking quite a while, and you've taken quite a beating over this light, dealing with the region and council. And I just want to say thank you. You got the light changed. It's operational now. People can see the intersection. So hopefully it'll stay that way in the future. So thank you for changing the light today. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Trombetta?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know why it's on the north side. It is a dead-end road. So it's an unassumed road allowance that's there, why it's there on the dead-end road. So someone turning were losing their bearings, turning right would end up in a mud field pile or something. So I think the light needs to stay on the north side as well. So I don't think it needs to be completely removed, but, I know Councilor Rayner has a request for the south side. I think, it's not, it needs to be, I guess it could be used some illumination on the south side as well. So if the region warrants that, then I'm not opposed to that, but I would like to say there was some concern about the bulb out, and, the staff did rectify that issue about the bulb, and I'd like to think that it is in operation now. I think the schedule was for Monday, but Councilor Bell said it's up and running, but it is?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So that item was for discussion only, but I see Councillor Chichok, you have your hand up too.
Well, I don't live over there, but I use that road regularly. And thank you very much for replacing the light bulb. I just thought it was a regional issue, and I went carefully along there. But on Regional 65, that intersection may appear very much brighter because some of the church and the buildings around there have their own personal illumination. So I'm not disputing what's going on, but 65 definitely has a brighter corner, and it also has a hidden kind of corner, so it's good that it is lit. But I think maybe looking at it might tell you how much illumination is there because of the additional parking lot light and the Griffin storage yard. So I just find that, yes, at Caister and 20, it is dark without the one light at least, and I know people overshoot it, and there's a little bit of a congestion down there, or people should be driving more carefully, but illumination might be great, but I don't think we're ever going to achieve that with one more light, as you have on 65. I just say that because I drive those two roads regularly.
Okay, Councillor Rayner, back to you.
Yeah, thank you. Further to what Councilor Trombetta said, it is on the unopened road allowance side, but if you make a mistake, you said the light's there because they could drive into the mud. They won't drive into the mud. There's a beautiful big house there that has a very long driveway along that unopened road allowance before you turn in. So you would have to drive about 300 feet north on that road before you get to mud. So if you haven't figured it out by then, no one's going to help you anyways. So I don't think the light on that side is specifically for that reason. I think it was just for convenience at the time they put it up or whatever. But it just strikes me so odd that you go down a lot of these side roads, and take Ward 1, just go down some of the side roads, and you will see a light at just about every intersection with very, very, very little traffic at night, and yet a major artery that has massive traffic. Highway 20 is the biggest volume of traffic going from Hamilton right through, and yet we don't justify, so they admitted that the light there must have been put up by us originally, through you to the director. Did this township actually put that light up initially, or did the region do it a long time ago and forgot they did it?
Through the mayor to Councilor Rayner, since our PSAB is telling us that it's a township light, then it must have been installed by the township.
It must have been installed by the township.
It's not, as I said, traditionally, a lot of street lighting on regional roads were installed by the township back in the day.
Yeah.
But as I mentioned, there was a study done back in 2009, and it was highly recommended that all illumination on regional roads be under the jurisdiction of the region.
Right.
And that report and that study clearly lays out what should be done for that to happen. And unfortunately, the region hasn't, and the region and the 12 area municipalities haven't really accomplished that yet. And I really can't speak to why it hasn't.
Further to the comment from Councilor Chichok, on that intersection of 65 and Highway 20, yes, there is the church there. But there, on Griffin's building, they sold that property, and it's now run by a gentleman who works with gas. He, because of the theft that was going along in that corner before Griffin lost all their diesel fuel one night, they put fence around their whole property, and they have huge lighting, almost like a baseball diamond out there during the nighttime. So it probably complements that corner, but the corner's got two lights, and then you got all that huge brilliant light not very far away. Then even if those two lights went out, you'd probably see the corner really well. So that corner is well lit up. But my request would be then to the mayor who sits on the region, my apologies for not recognizing that, but we have we have a regional counselor that's just been added to the township in the last little while, and I thought this would be an opportunity for him to also be able to assist us. Can you two individuals please go back to the region as per se from the Director of Public Works that they have, as of 2009, said that they would take responsibility? Can we get that activated and done instead of the opposite and saying not only are we not going to do it, we're not going to follow the policy, but we just did a study, we're not even going to bother with putting the light there. So can we bring that responsibility of the illumination of a regional road back to the region as they agreed upon 14 years ago? Could you get that information, please, and bring it to next council?
The request can be made, but you know the region is also during budget, and the budget is looking
Well, if we
fairly
could,
ugly, so.
can we put a motion at least that it's
next time, I
tabled,
don't know.
Madam Mayor, that we've got something that when they can get to it in a reasonable period of time? Well, we already know based on me asking the director a number of times with regards to that, how long it took, months and months just to get that response. So I'm not expecting them to jump out of the fire and get back to us. They don't have a reputation for being quick at the best of times. So if we could get something at least in writing or to say that we request that they review their policy that they wanted to take responsibility, and when will they be implementing it?
Perhaps with the director, we can put together something that goes to the region, but Councillor Witteveen is very involved with Public Works and is also very aware of
Chair,
just
right.
exactly what the region is facing right now. So you did back up a little bit, and I thank you for that. In terms of coming back to the next meeting with an answer, that's not going to happen. It does not mean we can't try to push this issue, for sure.
I appreciate
But the
that.
expectation of success at this current time, I'll be very honest, hopefully they'll get to it as quickly, sooner than the time period since they last reviewed that policy.
Madam Mayor, I apologize for taking council's time on this tonight, and normally I don't bring an issue like that to council. This has been dragged on such a long time, and it's been so frustrating, and yet to me, the answer was so easy, just change the light, put the light bulb back in, life goes on, and we've got to go through this. Well, that's fine, then if we have to, we have to, but I do feel that they have a responsibility, especially since the director admitted that they have agreed to it, and let's see what they're going to do about it.
So what you pointed out is as one of the issues with a two-tier system where there are some things that we don't have control over. But thank you for that. Okay, Director, one last shot for you.
Yeah, through the mayor to council members, I don't know, maybe the clerk could help me out here, but it sounds to me like if there was a motion from this council to ask the region, do they have any desire to start implementing taking on street lighting would probably go a long way than rather my office try to reach out to them and rehash it over and over and over again.
Good point, thank you.
Madam Mayor, can we rephrase it in such a way that, as per your agreement in 2009, when will you be implementing this policy? Don't ask them if they're going to do it or not. Just they've already got it. Just ask them when are they going to implement it, and therefore you focus the question on getting the answer you want instead of them giving an option to get out of it.
Okay, so, poor clerk, you've given her a hard time tonight with all of this, but certainly we can look towards putting an appropriate letter in place if that's the will of council for us to do so.
So what is the motion?
Well, we need to give our clerk a moment. It's just not instant,
I know.
but it's much faster than government runs. So you have to remember that, but the things that we've had for discussion only have created some resolutions coming out of those for discussion only items, and so.
The study was called Transportation Services Sustainability Review, and the recommendation would have occurred in 2009.
Services Sustainability Review, is that what it? Yeah, Transportation Service Sustainability Review in 2009, yeah.
And the recommendation was that, it is recommended that Niagara Region assume responsibility of street lighting within the regional road network based on the rationale outlined in that study.
So Mike, I'm assuming that you will move that resolution when Joanne has it together? Thank you. Your mic, Joe. Your mic. Joanne.
Yeah, I have the wording right. That a letter be forwarded to Niagara Region with respect to their transportation services sustainability review, implement it in 2009, and the recommendation that the region be responsible for street lighting within their infrastructure, road, within the regional road infrastructure.
Within the regional road network,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you. And when the region will be implementing this policy, advising or, and advise as to when the region will be implementing this policy? Or
The township, use the word township.
Advise the township?
Yeah,
And
advise the
advise the
township as to
township.
when this will be implemented.
The
That's all.
township of West Lincoln as to when the region will be implementing this policy.
This policy,
Okay,
perfect.
so is that satisfactory? Director, is that satisfactory?
Do you want me to read it?
Sure, please.
Okay. That a letter be forwarded to Niagara Region with respect to their transportation services sustainability review, which was implemented in 2009, and their recommendation that the region be responsible for street lighting within the regional road network, and advise the township as to when the region will be implementing this policy.
So is this going to be a letter or a motion of council to the region?
That a letter be,
Yeah. Yeah.
okay, that a letter be forwarded, basically.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, but the wording in the motion will be included, I would presume, in the wording of the letter, right? So,
It's like, I can say that staff be directed, if you'd like,
okay,
that staff be directed to send a letter.
on behalf of.
Sure.
Okay.
So, Madam Mayor, I just want to confirm, that first part that we talked about before we got to this, is that still part of this? Does the director need council direction to still contact for the municipal part? Remember, we talked about the $600 to $800 to bring in someone to review whether or not it's been permitted? Do you know what we were talking about at the very beginning there? Is that covered in this, or do we need to have that as an end?
So that the director be,
For given,
so do we still need that if we're inquiring?
well, that's
whether-
asking the region to do their part, but I think this part was the first thing we talked about, whether or not, so we can understand where they're coming from with a more direct.
No, I wouldn't
What you're
include,
asking
no.
them to do then, what you're asking our staff to do is
No.
peer review the work of the region.
But that, we're
I
not,
think if I'm not, my gut feeling is that we want to stay in good graces and that we're not second guessing their work, but we're asking them, okay, you have this policy,
okay.
and when will you put that?
So, because I just know that we're talking about a regional road, but we've also had municipal roads that even though they're supposed to take them over, they're not. I thought that's what we were talking about originally, was that the.
No, they're only taking over illumination on regional roads. They're not
Okay.
going to take over illumination on local roads.
Okay.
but they have been doing illumination warrants on our behalf. Like, they've been providing us that service for us
Okay,
whenever we wanted to see if an illumination
on a
was
municipal road.
correct.
So that's still part of the same equation then, because then
Not
technically.
really.
No, but hold on. Technically, if we've had staff reach out about other municipal roads that they are not supporting, or they are not, they have the opinion of meets the requirements, where do we actually get that information to verify that, and that they're just not prioritizing the municipal road in their Niagara Road network? Right? Do you follow what I'm saying? I don't know if I'm being clear here, but right now, like, I think, that, again, they're not, as we hear, they're not honoring what they said they would originally do.
Okay, so you are assuming, and
Correct.
just we'll have to start, you are assuming that our local roads are part of their network.
And well,
They don't.
they don't, but they are the ones that are required to do the warrants as well as put on the lights as in partnership with us, but they're not doing that still. They're not even doing it on their own roads, and they're supposed to be responsible. Maybe I can get a little bit clarification then?
Sure. Through the mayor to Councilor Riley, illumination on our roads are our responsibility,
Okay,
okay? The region provides the service of checking the illumination for us.
Okay.
They might get away from that, like just doing the warrants, but it's still our responsibility to put the lights up, to pay for them, and we have a contractor, like a service provider, that does all that. So the only service that they're currently providing is just doing the warrants for us.
so, but are we trusting the research that's
Well,
being done?
that would be my decision to
Okay.
either let them continue doing the warrants on our behalf or go to a third-party
Okay, 'cause
consultant
that's
to
what I
do
was
it.
talking about originally,
No.
was do we just do this just to kind of have
Yeah.
peace of mind for whatever roads have come through that are actually on the road?
I wouldn't include that in this. We
Okay.
just need clarification on if the region
Okay.
is still trying, if the region has plans to take on
To
illumination on
implement a
regional
policy
roads.
that they've already put in place.
All right.
That's what we're.
Perfect.
I don't think we want to muddy the waters on that one.
No, not on that one.
You know,
Again, I was speaking to the
but-
very first thing the first thing I was speaking to, that the director had
Exactly.
commented on, that we led us to that figure. That's what I was specifically talking about, not 65 or whatever it is that we're talking
So
about now.
perhaps what we do is we wait and see the next time a warrant's done, if our director thinks that they did not actually portray that situation or that problem
Then we
in
can
our
review it then.
municipality, then we could look at that.
Perfect.
But then we're just looking at somebody to review something that's in our own scope.
Perfect. Well, it sounds like we have had them and they have said no, and that's what I was hearing there, which is why I was saying.
Okay, so
we
I
hit
think-
two birds with one stone.
And I think it just took us a while to get to the meat of what
Yes.
Councilor Crowley was really concerned
Yeah,
about.
there's a lot of grandstanding
Yeah,
in
there
there.
were a lot of things there. Okay. Madam Clerk, got it? I would, and we have Councilor Rayner ready to move it once he hears it again.
Okay. That staff be directed to send a letter to Niagara Region with respect to their Transportation Services Sustainability Review, which was implemented in 2009, and the recommendation that the region be responsible for street lighting within the regional road network, and advise the Township of West Lincoln regarding when the region will be implementing this policy.
Fine, okay. Somebody second that, please. Councilor Bell? And we'll vote again, please.
Sorry. I don't know what it is.
Okay, so this time mine didn't come up. We're playing musical voting ability.
Yeah, I'm not-
No, mine's not there. And I didn't lose it, I don't know where it went. Okay, so I don't have one, but I support.
I don't know, I don't understand.
You can't, it's not working.
Because, like, if you look at my screen, the ones that can vote are, like, have little
Oh,
people.
only a
But
couple
the other
people.
people don't. I don't know what that means. but-
I don't either, but,
so I support it.
okay, so shall we just do,
Oh, you voted? Okay. I'm
Okay.
going, what did I have to say?
okay, let's do a show of hands. All those in favor?
I can put down, like, who it is.
Okay.
Counselor Bradrick.
Were there
Did
any
you vote it
opposed? Okay, we're good. There's nobody opposed, Joanne, so you can just.
Oh, I
handle
have
it.
one opposed, don't I?
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
I have one opposed.
Okay, go ahead.
There you go. Oh, I'm sorry. I freaked, there you go. Sorry.
Okay. Oh, my. All right. So that motion still carried in spite of all of that. So number 16.10 are members of council for council remarks. So Councillor Bell, any remarks this evening? Thank you. Councillor Bradrick, any comments or?
Oh, sorry, yes, I do.
Okay.
I was, with the talk of all the lighting, it's so hot in here, I lost track of where we are. Just a couple of things to draw attention to for the public. The community grants are now opened, available on our website. So I know that the Director of Finance did mention that briefly. So just want to draw the public's attention to that if they're still tuned in. Farmers Market is looking for vendors. And just a personal little kudos. So today, I had put in a complaint on our website, registered a complaint. I did it sometime after lunch, just a sighting I saw in outside of a home that I own in town. And within an hour, I was given an email with confirmation of that. Within 2 hours, I got a call that Public Works had already gone to take a look at it, and the issue was resolved. And just to remind the community or let the community know that on the website is a very easy opportunity for you to go on and make a complaint or at least draw attention to an issue so that, and then how quickly that gets resolved. So I just wanted to point that out and congratulate the Public Works Department on their quick action today.
Thank you. Councillor Trombetta, anything this evening? Nothing? Councillor Riley?
Sure, I'll make a couple quick comments. So Madam Mayor, you kind of stole a lot of the spotlight there because you got a chance to speak first, not in a bad way by any means, but you definitely spoke to it probably better than I would. I guess I would just share that the Roma conference was a huge success, and I even was given the opportunity, kind of by my assertiveness, to be able to speak with Minister Clark. He was coming off the stage there. I know he wasn't giving too many, if any, delegations, so I was able to catch him coming off the stage making a presentation, and I kind of expressed some of the concerns we had with Bill 23. And again, I guess just to make it publicly known, one of the things that Bill 23 is trying to address is building homes quicker. And the problem I think we have even in our municipality is that we have a little over 800 homes that are already on the books to be built that extend back even to 2009. And so one of the messages I relayed to him, which he said he has heard from other municipalities, and I think it's going to be addressed in the coming future, is that there are a lot of municipalities that have developers that have already got stuff on the books that they just shelved. And so they're looking for ways to see how they're going to be able to motivate them to develop in that, improving how Bill 23 functions. As we see every week, there's something new that's coming out that they're trying to improve, I guess. So I wanted to make sure that West Lincoln was on his radar in terms of how do we deal with what already has been done, some dating all the way back to 2009, and how do we address this going in the future, as well as concerns to the impacts to development charges and everything else. So I just thought that was worth noting for public record. And other than that, the conference was a success. I enjoyed doing the flag raising earlier in the month, and I look forward to see what we have coming forward in February.
Thank you. Councillor Chichok, anything this evening?
I'm good, thank you.
Councillor Rayner?
Nothing at this time.
Madam CAO? Okay, so then we'll move on then. There are no items of new business that we need to address tonight unless somebody has something that I'm unaware of. And so we move to bylaws, and Councillor Bell, you have those.
Move by myself. The leave be granted to introduce bylaws 203, 01, 02, 03, 04, 05, 06, 07, 08, 09, and that the same shall be considered to have been read at a first, second, and third time with one reading, and they are hereby adopted, that the mayor and the clerk be and are hereby authorized to sign, affix the corporate seal, therefore in rule of this council, to the contrary notwithstanding.
Okay, somebody to second the bylaws? Councillor Riley? Shall we try this vote one more time? See if it comes up on our...
Wow.
Oh, it
Lightning
did come up.
speed.
Very good.
Well, you got to hit the e-scribe. And you got to hit it again. Go down to bylaws.
Okay.
No, go down to bylaws.
Well, we almost got it all done.
Mike, I don't know, yours didn't come up, Mike.
Yeah. For some reason, it didn't come up on our clerk's screen either. Don't know why.
How do you want to vote, Mike?
We tried.
How would you
No, my
like
mic's
to
still
vote?
on.
Counselor Rayner, the clerk would like to know how you would like to vote, please. That you think about those, okay, and that resolution for bylaws is carried. And I will happily adjourn this meeting at 10:03.